Good morning, colleagues. Can you unmute your mic? Okay, okay, okay. Uh, how do you do that now? Just a minute. Hello, Stefan. How are you? Great, great, great. My students are facing problem with their mic. Is it possible for you to check for me? Oh, no, no, no. They said they cannot speak. That they are muted. Oh, oh, okay, okay, okay. Oh, okay, okay. No, thank you very much. Okay. Colleagues, if your mic is not working, can you kind of log off and log in again? All right.
It seems to be working now.
Oh, okay, it's working now. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Because it's more encouraging and appetizing when at least we can hear ourselves sometime if somebody is contributing. Because sometimes you cannot read everything people are writing on a multiple time, because many people are writing so many things. So if your focus is there, you can actually get a little bit distracted than somebody posing a question, a verbal question. All right, colleagues, it's wonderful to meet you once again on this very course of organizational leadership. And it's a very interesting course, like one of you acknowledged. And the more you do it, the more you enjoy it. Can you say? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Great, great, great. I have received all your assignments. I'll be marking them in the course of next week. Basically, at least I will also use the opportunity to a little bit highlight on your current assignment. Your current assignment has to do with what we have covered in the class, and
Hello.
it it requires a kind of logical reasoning, also applying logic to what we have studied, and I want to see also your confidence level. How you can add insight and stimulating examples. Either in your workplace, in society, and other environments. You know. So that is that, colleagues. This morning we will talk on Madiba's leadership. Madiba's leadership. That will be our focus this morning. Uh, and I have also attached an article on Madiba's 8 leadership lesson. Please get hold of that article. It will give you an idea on the personality of Madiba when it comes to leadership. How many of you have seen that article?
No, sir. Sir, I just wanted to check. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, no, I haven't seen it.
Please always check your blackboard. Always check your blackboard. There is an article that Stefan must have uploaded on Mandela 8 leadership lessons. And alongside that article, I want you also to look at your recommended textbook, the organizational behavior one. If you look at pages, for those who are using the current textbook, the recent textbook, the latest model, if you look at pages 442, you will see the life and legacy of Nelson Mandela, 10 lessons for leaders. Now, for today, what we'll be touching, you see, we have discussed different leadership theory and we have discussed different contemporary leadership models. Our discussion today will focus on how Madiba fits into most of these different theories and models that we have discussed. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. All right. So let's look into that because when I was teaching, I told you how great Madiba was for the fact that even leaders, European leaders, and the leaders across the globe come to seek advice from him, even while he was on retirement. You know, they visit him. You can remember Barack Obama was there, Clinton was there. So many leaders have actually visited Madiba in his village while on retirement. So there's a very special trait about that particular human being. I think Madiba features as one of the greatest leaders that ever lived this earth. Can you see? So that is why every time people continue to reflect on his leadership style, and I can see now that he has featured in this in the new textbook also, talking about his life, his legacy. In that page is 443. Can you see? So that is that. Let's just touch now on, of course, Madiba's. Okay, let me first sort of show you the article I was talking about so that you can know the article easily when you go into EduLink. Always check your EduLink. If you're not checking your EduLink, you will not be seeing materials uploaded. And of course, certainly you may not realize, you may not know how to go about your assignment if you don't read some of the important articles related to your work. All right. All right, this is the article I was talking about. You know, Mandela, his 8 lessons of leadership. Can you see it?
Yes.
Can you see it? Okay. So check for that in in your blackboard, and you get that. Read it before responding to issues around Mandela's questions in your forthcoming assessment. It gives you a clearer perspective, in addition to the slides that we will be talking into this morning. All right. Okay. All right. All right. Now, in terms of Madiba's leadership theory, you can see that, like I said, Madiba featured into all the different theories that we have discussed earlier on, or the different leadership models, including the contemporary leadership model. Can you see. Now, when we reflect Madiba within the context of situational leadership theory, you can see that Mandela was a product of situation. You see, he was a product of situation. So the situation of apartheid resulted in Mandela becoming the recognized icon that he was. I know we prepared the slide when he was still alive. So don't mind me when I say is or was. Can you see? So the situation of apartheid resulted in Mandela becoming the recognized icon that he was. Can you see? It is fair to say that the leadership style at that time was based on the situation that the country was in. Can you see? So without the apartheid, without the crisis in South Africa as a result of apartheid, probably maybe Madiba wouldn't have become a leader. Can you see? So it was the situation in South Africa, it was the situation that prompted somebody to say, no, we need to change the situation. Can you see? So that falls into situational leadership. So Mandela was a product of situation. Can you see? Maybe if apartheid was not there, maybe Madiba would have remained in the village, waiting to become the next king of Krumbu. Can you see? Or the next king of his village. But situation prompted him to join the ANC or the people protesting for freedom and equal rights in South Africa. You see, so that falls into situational leadership. Now, how does his leadership falls into leader-member exchange theory? Can you see? Of course, the situation in South Africa also brought about a situation of leader-member exchange theory. And if you reflected when I was teaching you the leader-member exchange theory, I gave an example of the situation in South Africa during the apartheid period. Can you see? As a result of apartheid, segregation laws created in and out groups among the nation. Can you see? Favoring individuals because of certain similarities and attributes. Can you see? Of course, the whites were favored during the apartheid period compared to the blacks. Can you see? However, how did Madiba feature? Madiba, however, wanted to create one nation where there is no in and out group. Can you see? Where the Madiba wanted to create one nation, one group that represent equality and freedom. Can you see? Can you see? So united in diversity. Can you see? So he doesn't want to create the favored group and the, of course, unfavored group, or the in group, or the and the out group, or the outcast. Can you see? So that is how Madiba featured into leader member exchange theory. He was a leader that wanted to abrogate the leader member exchange theory in South Africa. Can you see? Now we'll come to the next leadership aspect, which is development-oriented leader. Can you see? Development-oriented leader. And we spoke about development-oriented leader as people who seek for innovation. I think that is Scandinavia school. Can you see? So Madiba's ultimate goal was to initiate change in a country that refused to accept diversity. Can you see? At the time, change allowed for better economic prospect. Can you see? And because if you realize the period of apartheid, South Africa was sanctioned everywhere. South Africa could not trade with other African countries. Can you see? So change will allow South Africa a better economic prospect. Can you see? And the redressing of past unfair discrimination. So as of then, nobody was conceiving this idea. But Madiba was thinking about this, which is unusual, a development, can you see? So that is quite innovative. That is thinking out of the box, can you see? So Madiba's ultimate goal was to initiate change in a country that refused to accept diversity at the time. Change allowed for better economic prospects and the redressing of past unfair discrimination. Can you see? So Mandela's 8th leadership lesson also reflects that. Quitting is leading to. Can you see? Quitting is leading to. I think we will talk about that. Quitting is leading to later on. Can you see? But this particular concept tied to the development-oriented leader. So as we progress, I will talk more on the quitting is leading to. All right. Now, when we talk about trait theory of leadership, you can see that Madiba has all the qualities, all the traits we have mentioned. Can you see? He has all the traits we have mentioned. Can you see? He's humble. You can see humility there. Of course, he's not ill-tempered. Can you see? That is why I say a leader must be emotionally intelligent. Can you see? And of course, Madiba is a matured man. Can you see? He's a man of integrity. Can you see? He chose to leave his position as a president after one tenure. Can you see? A man who suffered 28 years in jail. If it was some African leader, they want to be life leaders, like we're having in Uganda today. Can you see? Or like we're having in other African countries, like Muammar Gaddafi, before he was murdered, who was in leadership for almost 40 years. Can you see? And of course, Zimbabwe, Mugabe, who started ruling from 1980. Can you see? Until, of course, the military toppled him some few years ago, and he died after that. Can you see? So for Madiba, he was not interested in even how all his dream is to free South Africa from the bondage of apartheid. Can you see? So he was able to quit willingly. Can you see? He's not selfish. Can you see? And of course, Madiba set a good example for next leader to follow him in office. By quitting, he set a good example for Thabo Mbeki. Can you see? He set a good example, yeah, for Mbeki to follow. I see. And that is why you notice that when Mbeki was a kind of resisting for Zuma to come to power, Madiba stepped in on the side of Zuma. And you see, you don't, because Madiba did not step in because he see or he prefers Zuma to Mbeki. No, he just wants that continuity, that change in terms of leadership. Can you see? He was not just jumping in. He felt as an elderly man, he has to jump in. Because if I can just take rule one tenure and step down, then why can't you allow another cadre who have also suffered with us during the liberation struggle to emerge as a leader simply, you know? So it seems to Madiba, and from the information he's hearing then, people were saying Mbeki wanted a third term. Mbeki wanted to put somebody by himself that he can control. That was the perception there among the ANC cadres, you know. But of course, probably maybe Mbeki have different intention. Maybe Mbeki must have also understood or knew who Zuma is also because they have been both close and friends, you know, during the struggle also. So nobody knows why he was also taking that particular posture. Can you see? So vis-a-vis, you know, what was taking place there. And that is why you notice that during that period, Madiba took side with Zuma, you know, just to show that leadership is transient. You don't keep leadership, you see. So he wants continuity, you see. Then, of course, you can see that even Madiba, in terms of long stay in leadership, he became anti-Mugabe. He became, in short, angry with Mugabe. He was always telling Mugabe, embrace democracy. Can you see? But I tell you, Mugabe was a very good friend of Madiba. Because most of the ANC cadres spent some years in Zimbabwe. But Madiba was not even interested in that. Can you see? He was not interested in that. He felt it is time for Mugabe to go. Can you see? As an elderly statesman. Can you see? So that is another quality, integrity and truthfulness. Can you see? And of course, another thing that Madiba is a well-balanced and disciplined man. Can you see? He's well-balanced and disciplined. Can you see? So these are ways Madiba fall into the leadership trait, the quality, the innate quality, the intrinsic personality. Can you see? And of course, Madiba was considered a very matured man. Is that clear? Is that clear?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. All right.
Yes,
Now,
sir.
okay, great. Now, if we compare Mandela, with other dictators or dictators in Africa, and of course, dictators, you know who are dictators. They are autocratic leaders, they are totalitarians, they impose their rule and nobody can change it. And of course, Muammar Gaddafi was a dictator. Idi Amin was a dictator in Africa. Mobutu Sese Seko was a dictator. Even the former Sudanese leader was a dictator. Even the former president of Egypt was a dictator. You know, Mubarak was a dictator. So Africa has produced a lot of dictators, you see, over the years. So if we compare, of course, Sani Abacha in Nigeria before his death was a dictator, can you see? So over the years, Africa has produced dictators, can you see? Leaders that dictate, leaders that are totalitarians, leaders that are autocratic in practice, can you see? So if we compare Madiba and African dictators, you can see African dictators are autocratic, sorry. African dictators are autocratic while Mandela was democratic. Can you see? He was democratic. He's believing participation of everyone. Can you see? He believed in the voice of the people. And of course, like our colleague asked during the last lecture, how do South Africa make decisions? And I made you to understand that decision is made by the comrades. It is not an individual decision. That is why you can also notice that when Thabo Mbeki was caught back, it was the decision of the ANC, not the decision of a single individual. Can you see? It's the decision of the collectives. So Madiba Mandela was democratic, while other African dictators were autocratic. Can you see? Now, another thing to distinguish African dictators and Madiba is that African dictators are revengeful. Can you see? Revengeful, while Madiba was forgiving. If they tell you how many people Mobutu Sese Seko killed to retain his leadership, to continue to sustain his leadership, the same applied to Idi Amin of Uganda. The same applied to even also the Sudanese former president that visited South Africa and almost arrested him here, and he was whisked back to Sudan. Can you see? So most of the African dictators have been known to be very revengeful. They kill to sustain their powers. Can you see? And of course, Madiba was forgiving. Madiba embraced those who incarcerated him. He embraced the whites. Can you see? He encouraged the whites. He forgave all he suffered in life. Can you see? And embraced everybody. Can you see? And that is a unique behavior. That is a very free-minded behavior. Can you see? So Madiba was forgiving. Can you see? Now, when you talk about, in terms of also the distinguishing feature between African dictators or dictators, as the case may be, both African and globally, of course, Madiba was flexible, while most of the dictators are dogmatic. Can you see? They're dogmatic. They hold on to what they think is right without looking at any contrary view. But Madiba is flexible. He listens to people, can you see, and can respect their views. He respects other people's view. Can you see? So another aspect is in terms of African dictators or dictators as the case may be, dictators don't know when to quit. I made mention to you. Most of the dictators, they want to stay in power for 100 years. They want to stay in power for so many years. Can you see? They don't know when to quit. They don't know when it is honorable to say, no, let me transfer power to another person. They see themselves as the only perfect human being to be in power or to lead. Whereas Madiba takes quitting easily. Can you see? He takes quitting easily. Right. And of course, another aspect is that dictators are emotionally immature. You see, dictators are emotionally immature, while Mandela is emotionally strong. And emotionally immature is that dictators will always even fight the smallest man in his country or his organization because he wants to retain power. You can see dictators even murdering some of the press men. Like, of course, during one of the administration in Nigeria, when Dele Giwa was murdered in Nigeria because he wanted to write an article. Can you see? So dictators are emotionally immature. Can you see? They can take life to sustain their power. Can you see? But of course, Mandela is emotionally strong. Can you see? Right from the time of Madiba's leadership, he doesn't fight people. He doesn't kill people. He was emotionally strong, trying to build a nation, trying to unite a nation, and trying to make everybody in the nation happy. Okay, so now comparing Madiba's leadership and, of course, dictators in Africa or other parts of the world, Dictators are what target for mockery. Can you see? Dictators are what target for mockery. People mock at them. If you go to Facebook today now, any comment people make, they will put Mugabe there. Can you see? They will say it's Mugabe. Even people started saying it's not Mugabe who says all this. Can you see? But people now normally put him because of his long years in power. No, just get me right. Mugabe was one of the best leaders in Africa. But staying so long, even when his body was already fragile, you know, started creating a kind of caricature of him. Can you see? Because he was still in power almost 90 something years. Can you see? What are you ruling? What are you ruling? Why not all this yellow? A leader that you can hand over to, and of course the people will recognize your fight for independence for Zimbabwe, and of course they will recognize that once upon a time you transferred power to the younger generation. Can you see? So he became a target of mockery despite his good nature. Can you see? Despite his former good nature, people were no more ready to recognize that. Can you see? So that is why you see that even people celebrated across the world when Mugabe fell. Not that the person taking over for him was better than him, but because he has been there for long. So if he had taken time to develop a leader like him, can you see, to take over for him, definitely he wouldn't have become a war target for mockery. The same thing Mobutu Sese Seko. When Mobutu Sese Seko was overthrown, people were mocking at him. They saw a lot of pampas in his bedroom, meaning he has already started wearing pampas as an elderly man. Can you see? You know, when a man starts wearing pampas, that is because he's urinating frequently. Can you see? And you still want to stick to power when you are so sick. Can you see? So that is the situation. He became what, in fact, one of the newsmen from BBC said, the stench coming from his toilet in terms of so he became a war target for mockery. Can you see? And of course, let's take also instance of Saddam Hussein of Iraq. When Saddam Hussein was mocked out of the engine or out of the hole he was hiding, many people started making a mockery of him. Can you see? And of course, when his statues in Baghdad fell down, people were actually asking how his statue fell down. Even when he was hanged, people started mimicking how he was hanged. So he became a war target for mockery. Can you see? So, but with regards to Madiba, he died a respected elder, a respected global elder. Can you see? Or a global respected elder. You can see how many people came to his funeral from across the globe. Can you see? World leaders trooped into South Africa. There are leaders that will die in Africa. You not see any Western leader there to pay homage or last respect. Can you see? To them, many leaders have died in Africa. They buried them, but you don't see world leaders. And in terms of Madiba's burial, you can see world leaders trooping into South Africa. Barack Obama was here. Clinton was here. Can you see? The only funny thing we saw in his burial was the deaf and dumb guy that was demonstrating, and in fact, people started saying, what is this guy saying? That he was interpreted wrongly. Can you see? Because he was pushing and doing all kind of exercise, in terms of his interpretation of what was taking place there. Can you see? So that is the issue. When we compare Madiba and, of course, other African dictators or dictators across the globe, as the case may be. Is that clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Fantastic. All right. Okay. Now we progress. Okay. We're still talking about trade theories of leadership. If we reflect back, we can talk now about the big five model, and of course the trade theory model. Can you see? In terms of trade theory, Madiba is matured. He's a mature man, which is of course who ties to emotional stability. He's emotionally stable. Can you see? And of course, with regards to of course trade theory, Mandela is a balanced person. Can you see? Which of course ties to emotional stability also. And of course, with regards to trade theory, one of the traits that they find in Mandela is discipline, which also ties to integrity. Can you see? And of course, in terms of the Big Five model, that ties to that is related to conscientiousness, thoroughness. Can you see? Thoroughness, conscientiousness. Can you see? So this is how Madiba relates to both the trade theory model and of course the Big Five model, the two models that I actually explained to you during our last lecture. All right. Now, in terms of behavioral theory, now if we reflect Madiba's leadership to the Ohio studies, I say consideration. When we talk about the consideration aspect, Madiba respect his subordinates' idea and regard for their feelings. Can you see? He respect subordinates' idea and regard for their feeling. Can you see? For instance, when Madiba proposed that the voting age in South Africa should be lowered to 14 years for everybody to participate, I think it was rejected by members of the ANC cadre. And Madiba did not argue, in spite of the fact that he was recognized as their leader. Can you see? He humbly calmed down, can you see, and respected the view of others. But if he was a dictator, can you see, he would even fight, oppose, and use all his power to make sure he achieves his aim. Can you see? So he accepts with great humility for non-support of his idea of lowering voting age to 14 years. Can you see? So he considered his followers, he considered his subordinates, he considered his other peers. Can you see? So that is with regards to Ohio study with regard in terms of consideration. He considered other members in the ANC in terms of decision making. Now, contingency theory. One of the contingency theory is path-go theory. Can you see? Path-go theory. Now, one thing you have to know in terms of by willingly standing down, he provided support for his successor. Can you see? By willingly standing down, and you can see that Madiba already knows his successor. That is why he took Mbeki as a deputy president. Can you see? He took Mbeki as a deputy president. Of course, de Klerk also along for the role de Klerk played in terms of course, seeing to it that South Africa becomes a rainbow nation. And you see, of course, that is why Madiba and de Klerk won the Nobel Award. So by willingly standing down, he provided support for Thabo Mbeki. Can you see? He provided support for Thabo Mbeki. If he had stayed there and of course his deputy began to fight him, please, daddy, you are old, step down, this, that. You see, he will lose his respect. So by willingly stepping down, he showed Mbeki the path. Can you see? He showed Mbeki the path. This is the path to follow. Can you see? So Madiba, as a president, provided direction for his followers. Can you see? By leaving office, he met their needs for new leader to work upon the foundation he set. And Madiba set a high standard. Can you see? Madiba was able to set a high standard for Mbeki to continue where he stopped. Can you see? So that is with regards to contingency. When we reflect on Padgo theory of leadership that we have actually discussed. All right. Now, key charismatic leadership characteristics. You can see that Madiba is visionary, vision and articulation. Can you see? Madiba had a vision. He had a vision that legal voting age be lowered. Can you see? But of course, that was opposed by the ANC, which he accepted willingly. Can you see? Madiba took personal risk, apart from the risk he took by spending 28 years in jail. Anybody can die under such circumstances. And of course, even when he accepted that at the Rovenia trial, you see. But now he took personal risk also when he relinquished presidency for future generation. Can you see? Because some people, if you know what is attached to a presidency, you know, everywhere you are going, you are with escort. All the goodies of life is there for you as a president. You know, that is why some African leaders don't want to leave power. They are greedy for power. But Madiba took personal risk and left presidency for future generation. You see? And of course, environmental sensitivity. Environmental sensitivity. He talked about increased youth participation. So he was sensitive that, of course, the youth, why is Madiba actually thinking about youth participation? 14 years you vote. Madiba realized that most of the people that protested were not just the old men, but children, secondary school children, joined in the struggle in terms of the protest. And of course, that is why we always remember the year the little boy was killed, and a guy who was carrying a little child in his hand, a school child that was shot by the apartheid police. Can you see? So that is why Madiba was sensitive to the young children, that in fact they should also participate in voting, in choosing their leaders. Can you see? Because it was an idea. And of course, other cadres in the ANC felt that 14 is still too young, that the voting age should remain 18 years and above. Can you see? So, sensitivity to followers' need. Can you see? Madiba is sensitive to followers' need. Can you see? He accepted followers' decision not to lower voting age. He accepted the decision of members or the ANC cadre not to, when they said no or when they opposed it. He accepted it without grudges. Can you see? And of course, unconditional behavior. Can you see? Unlike many African leaders, he willingly and willfully left power. Can you see? Willingly. Power is so sweet. Power is so intoxicant. Power can intoxicate. Can you see? Power can make people drunk. That's why he said he's drunk with power. But Madiba was not drunk with power. Can you see? Unlike many African leaders, he willfully released power. He gave power to the upcoming generation. Can you see? Or the younger generation. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Fantastic. All right. Now, Mandela is also, in addition to charismatic leadership, Mandela is also a transformational leader. Can you see? He's also a transformational leader. And when we talk about also charisma, you can see how popular Madiba was. Can you see? Everybody loved him. He has a charming personality. He is charismatic. Can you see? People flow with him across the globe. Can you see? So, Madiba himself was charismatic in nature. So, as a transformational leader, Madiba showed charisma, charismatic, inspirational. Madiba inspires people. Can you see? He inspires people to move ahead. He gives them a new picture. Can you see? he presented a picture of a rainbow nation that even the whites and black were willing to buy in. Can you see? Otherwise, before that, the whites and black don't see eye to eye in South Africa. Can you see? But he came and projected a beautiful nation, a nation. And every one of you know that the rainbow is beautiful. Can you see? When you see rainbow with many colors, it's beautiful. He presented that picture, that South Africa will become a rainbow nation, a nation of color, a nation of beauty. And you can remember the World Cup that was hosted in South Africa, how beautiful South Africa looked during that World Cup. Can you see? Whites, blacks, colored, Indians, French, in fact, the whole globe converge in South Africa. Can you see? That is the dream, the rainbow nation. Can you see? The rainbow nation. And of course, I can remember Bishop Desmond Tutu during that particular World Cup telling the whole world, you are welcome home. You are welcome home. South Africa is the cradle of humankind. And you see, so you are welcome back to where you started your journey, wherever you are. Can you see? That was what Bishop Desmond Tutu was saying during the during the World Cup. Can you see? Is that clear? So, of course, Madiba is an intelligent man. Can you see? Intelligent. You see? He's very intelligent. So that ties to transformational kind of leaders. They are intelligent. And of course, through their intelligence, they are able to also inspire people. And of course, Mandela considers individuals. Can you see? He does not just look at everybody as a group. He deals with everybody as a nation. He deals with each members of the nation individually if he can. You see, even within the ANC cadre, he liked the ANC as a collective. He liked also individuals within the ANC. So individual consideration is one of the characteristics of transformational leaders. Can you see? So that is that with regards to transformational leadership, the characteristics of Madiba. All right. Now, with regards to the Madiba's lessons of leadership, Madiba's first leadership lesson is that courage is not the absence of fear. Can you see? It is inspiring others to move beyond fear. Can you see? Courage is not the absence of fear. What Madiba is trying to say is that all this personal risk that he has taken, like for instance, telling them at the Ravenna trial that if it is, he like to stand on his idea, he doesn't care if that takes his life. Can you see? Not that Madiba was not afraid to die. Can you see? But by standing firm, by being courageous, he inspired others. Can you see? So courage is not the absence of fear. It is inspiring others to move beyond fear. Can you see? And I gave you an instance while he was on a tiny propeller plane to the killing field of Natal, when the Qatar Freedom Party were fighting other people that are not members of their party in KwaZulu-Natal or in Natal. Madiba flew, took a risk, despite the fact that he was an ANC member, to Natal. Can you see? And on his way also, one of the engine of his plane started failing. And of course, the pilot must have announced that. Now, people with him in that plane became panicked. Can you see? Became panicked. And like I told you, the only thing that made them to calm down was seeing Madiba not even worried and busy reading his newspaper, even when the pilot have announced that one of the engines had failed. Can you see? If he was not courageous, he will also join the panic. And of course, everybody in the plane will become panicked. Can you see? So he was courageous. And in fact, after the incident, he told them, not because I am not afraid. Can you see? Courage is not the absence of fear. It is inspiring others to move beyond it. You see? So the only thing that calmed people in that plane was Madiba, who did not even listen to what the pilot was saying, but reading his newspaper. Can you see that? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. All right. Trust. Trust is a positive. Madiba with regards to trust. Trust is a positive expectation that someone will not act opportunistically. And you can see Madiba was trusted throughout. Can you see? He stick to his word. He's a man of integrity. He's also ethical in practice. Have you heard about corruption scandals against Madiba? There was none. Can you see? There was none. There was no Gupta Gate. There was no corruption inquiry against Madiba. He retired simply and moved back to his village. Can you see? So the only thing that calmed the passenger, like I have said, with regards to Madiba, who quietly read his newspaper, was because they trusted in him. Can you see? If Madiba is not worried, after all, this man has bigger stake. He is almost the next president of South Africa, and he's not even caring about that. Then why should we, ordinary people in this flight, be worried? So by trusting Madiba, they became also courageous. You see? So willingness to trust Mandela because of his history. You see? They have read about him. They even see some mysteries about Madiba. Can you see? They even see him as an extraordinary human being. Can you see? So willingness to trust Mandela because of history, what they have learned about him. And he's a man who does not, of course, shiver or move here and there. He's a balanced man. Let me use that term. Of course, And of course, with regards to trust, also knowledge. Can you see? Knowledge based trust developed. Can you see? Willingness to trust Mandela because of his history. And of course, that falls into knowledge-based trust. They knew him. They know him very well. And on the basis of that, they know when Madiba is not even perturbed or worried about why should we be worried. They trusted him. They see him as an extraordinary human being. They felt even he may have the mystical power to control the aeroplane to safety. You see, because of trust. When you start trusting somebody, you see. So that is it in terms of with regards to Madiba relating it to trust. And of course, charismatic leadership, coming back again to charismatic leadership, followers make attribution of heroic or extraordinary leadership ability when they observe certain behavior. And you can see throughout Madiba's life, people make attribution of heroic. In fact, the Rovenia trial was heroic. Can you see? And so many aspects of Madiba. Can you see? People felt he has a magic wand. Can you see? People always talk of him in a high esteem. So followers, people who follow him, are the ones that attribute this kind of quality about Madiba, like we have now also in this our textbook, which catalog almost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 qualities of Madiba. And those 10 qualities include humanity. Madiba has humanity. Can you see? And of course, another quality, diversity. He embraces diversity. That is, of course, the Rainbow Nation. And of course, Madiba is accountable, accountability. Can you see? And of course, Madiba is adaptability. He adapts to changes. Madiba believes in change. That is why he brought democracy instead of apartheid system. Madiba attend to conflict. Of course, he's traveling to Natal was also to resolve conflict. And he was also able to resolve the bigger conflict, the conflict between the whites and the black, but of course, articulating a rainbow nation. And of course, integrity. I have spoken about integrity severally in our lecture with regards to Madiba. And also, Madiba believe in relationship. That is what I talk about, consideration. You know, and Madiba also believe in opportunities. Can you see? And of course, exercise leadership. Madiba step in when it is time to lead. So he can lead from the front as well as lead from the back. Can you see? So he exercised leadership. All right. That is right. And to be frank with you, if you notice Madiba's leadership during that election that brought Jacob Zuma to power, everybody were contesting. Madiba kept quiet. But on the last day, Madiba sided with Zuma. Can you see? And by siding with Zuma, in short, majority of the ANC members who were polarized moved towards the Zuma's wing. Can you see? So he stepped in. He exercised leadership. Can you see? Even as a retired leader. Can you see? So, and of course, with regards to charisma, followers attribution also, Madiba learned to pretend. And through the act of appearing fearless in that flight, in that aeroplane, he inspired others. That is also charisma. It's a charismatic aspect of leadership. You see, he pretended that he was not afraid. Can you see? And through the act of appearing fearless, he inspired others. Can you see? So he realized, I'm an elderly man. Why should I start panicking like other people in this aeroplane? You see? So he was able to stand very bold and beautiful and confident. Is that clear? All right. How did he influence others? How did Madiba influence others? He influenced others by articulating an appealing vision. This is an appealing vision. By articulating an appealing vision. This is an, not and. An appealing vision. And of course, the second one there is he provided a sense of continuity. Can you see? By immediately preparing a leader to take over for him. You see? How did he influence others? He communicated high performance expectation. You can remember when South Africa won the rugby match. Madiba was the person that was speaking to Ein, the captain of South Africa then, that you must win this match. And he followed them in all their training, guiding them. And it was during his tenure that South Africa won the trophy for rugby. Can you see? So he projected high expectation. And of course, when he was also handing over to Mbeki, he projected, he asked him, what I expect is high performance. Can you see? Take South Africa on to a new level. And Mbeki did just that. Can you see? Thabo Mbeki did just that. You see? The economy of South Africa was very strong under Thabo Mbeki. And of course, enhance follower self-esteem and self-confidence. So Madiba doesn't pull down his followers. He tries to build their self-esteem and self-confidence, can you see? By reassuring them that you can make it. No, you are capable. No, we will do it, can you see? So he enhances follower self-esteem and self-confidence, can you see? And of course, self-sacrifices, can you see? Madiba sacrificed, at least spending how many years in jail. That is enough sacrifice, can you see? So that is how he influenced others. Everybody thought he was suffering because of them, can you see? So self-sacrifice is another aspect in terms of how Madiba influenced others. Now, transformational leadership, coming back to transformational leadership again. Madiba knew that he was a model for others, and that gave him strength to triumph over his own fear. You see, he knew he was a role model, for instance, in that flight. So if he start panicking, then he's not a leader. So he knew he was a role model for others, and that gave him the strength to triumph over his own fears. So inspire followers to transcend own fears. He was able to inspire his followers to move ahead. Can you see? Transcend their own self-interest, and of course, being capable of having a profound and extraordinary effect on followers. Can you see? We still progress. Manager versus leaders. Managers do things right, while leaders do the right thing. Can you see? So Madiba was always interested in doing the right thing. Can you see? In doing the right thing as a leader. And of course, a leader is more emotional than a manager. And Madiba was very emotionally intelligent. Can you see? He was not just a manager, he was a leader. Can you see? And of course, leaders stand out by being different. Yeah, you can see Madiba was different. And I told you, consider the fact that there were so many people that were freedom fighters then. And why did Madiba emerge as the leader? Can you see? Among those in jail. Can you see? So leaders stand out being different. So managing and leading are two different ways of organizing people. Can you see? Managing and leading are two different ways of organizing people or doing things through and with people. And of course, framing. Framing, can you see? Framing is a way to use language to manage meaning. And if you look at some of the Madiba's quotes, you can see that many involve framing. Can you see? He knows how to command language. He knows how to build his vocabularies. He knows how to take an imaginary picture of things and use it to articulate an idea. So it's a way to use language to manage meaning. You see, Madiba uses that or used that very much throughout his leadership period, and even before his leadership period. All right. Then Madiba's second leadership lesson: lead from the front, but don't leave the base. Can you see? Lead from the front, but don't leave your base. So Madiba led from the front. He was ready to take responsibility. I said, yes, I'm the leader. And you see, and while leading in the front, Madiba doesn't leave his base behind. And of course, that could be a leadership trait that he has learned. Why he normally, as a little child, when he used to lead his uncle's herd, or his uncle's cattle, or lambs in the forest of Krumbu. Can you see? You know, when a herdsman is leading a cattle, he can be in the front, and all the cattle and of course the lamb and the hares will be following him. Can you see? But after some time, he can look at the back and see one of the hares not moving according to the pace of the other hares. He can go back and carry that hares on his neck. Can you see? So that he can meet the pace. Maybe he feels this one is tired. And in fact, a good example of that is of course also Jesus Christ, you know, who gave us the parable of the lamb. Can you see? That a leader can leave other lamb to go and look for the missing lamb. Can you see? In the forest, you know. And when he discovers him, he can carry that lambs giving the alarm a kind of special treatment. Can you see? So Madiba leads from the front as well as from the base or from the back. Can you see? He doesn't leave everybody while leading in the front. He still carries people from the back. So he leads from both ways. All right. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Fantastic. So another aspect in terms of Ohio study is Madiba, so in terms of initiating structure. So Mandela was initiating structure as he built the foundation for negotiation by going on his own to launch negotiation with the apartheid government. You see, he was initiating structure. If you read out that article, he did not even inform other ANC cadres that he wanted to start negotiation with the government. He took that as a personal risk. Can you see? He took that and he started negotiation after so many years of ANC members in jail in Robben Island saying that prisoners don't negotiate with government. Then Madiba one day started the negotiation after 28 years in jail. You see? So he initiated a structure. He took the initiative to lead. But mind you, he also informed his prison mate. Can you see? He did not leave them. He took the initiative to lead, but he did not leave the fellow prisoners or prison mate behind, as in the end, he needed them to support his idea. Can you see? So he took the responsibility of having a one-man stand. Can you see? He took the responsibility of initiating a new structure, a new status quo from what they themselves, as freedom fighters, believed in. All right. We progress. Scandinavia study, which of course ties to developmental leadership. Madiba made a change, took a new approach, as he was the one that took the stand to negotiate. And you see, where after decades of saying that prisoners cannot negotiate, but he took the stand and initiated. That is developmental. And you see, developmental, something evolving. And of course, he incorporated the other prisoners in the plans. He later incorporated other prisoners in the plan. And in fact, when he told them what he did, I think initially other prisoners tried to feel that they were betrayed, but Madiba explained. He was able to calm them. He was able to pacify them. And I can remember Chris Hani saying he was so disappointed. I think Chris Hani was one of the top military personalities among the ANC. He was the leader of Umkhonto Wesizwe. Can you see? So he said, according to him, Chris Hani's interview, he said he was disappointed because he was trained as a military. His idea was to fight to the last. But he was disappointed when Madiba started the negotiation with the apartheid government. Can you see? He incorporated the other prisoners in his plan, and they thought highly of him. As they quoted, he is not a bubblegum leader. You see, he's not a bubblegum leader. Chew it now and throw it away. As for Madiba, refusing to negotiate initially was about tactics, not principle. You see, refusing to negotiate initially was about tactics. It was about tactics of getting freedom. Can you see? First of all, you harden yourself. Then later you become flexible. Can you see? And I believe, of course, the white government there and the apartheid government, they will say, wow, how come this guy that we thought is very hardened criminal then? Because he was perceived as a criminal then. Is now the person talking about peace. Can you see? So Madiba refusing to negotiate initially was about tactics, not principles. Is that clear? Is that clear?
sir.
Great. So we come back again to part go. Madiba clarifies the path to help his followers, his fellow prison inmates, and in turn seek their help to strengthen his cause to grow. And so he clarified the path to them. This is why I did this. And to his advantage, the prisoners were also ANC members, and therefore he brought them along with him. So that is that. Then, of course, Madiba's leadership lesson, leading from the back. I have also spoken about that. Leadership trait, ability to influence group towards achieving a goal, leading from the back. Theories consider personality, social, physical, and intellectual trait. Can you see? And of course, on this basis, leaders are born and not made. And I told you that, of course, Madiba was born a leader, a traditional leader. He was a ruler. You see? And that is why you see that his grandson became a king or a prince. You see? So he was a ruler, you see, in his village. So he was born, so he has all those traits of leadership. And of course, Mandela's leadership trait, he was ambitious. He wanted New South Africa, something that was unconceivable during the apartheid period. In fact, people would have actually thought he was mad when he started the struggle or when he joined the struggle. Can you see? Because he was a trained lawyer. Can you see? People would have actually said, "Oh, you have been trained. We have wasted money from you. Why not take a job?" Can you see? But he was ready to abandon most of this for a new South Africa. Can you see? So he was ambitious. Madiba's leadership trait, he has the desire to lead. He always stands in front to speak on behalf of ANC members. Can you see? And even in the prison also, he always speaks on behalf of the members. That is why the wardens in the prison recognize him as the ringleader in both everything that they consider as negative and positive during their stay in the Robben Island. So whenever anything happens, they'll call Madiba to come and explain. So he has the desire to lead. You see, honesty and integrity. Madiba was always honest, and he also have integrity. Can you see? And of course, self-confidence. Madiba is so self-confident. He's eloquent. He's intelligent. He was a born and made leader. Can you see? He was both born and made. Can you see? So he has self-confidence. He's an intelligent man. Like I told you, he was an advocate. Can you see? He was a lawyer. And apart from that, he has natural intelligence. Can you see? So Madiba is as well intelligent. Self-monitoring. Madiba is self-monitoring. He is conscious of his environment because he knows that he is a model, a role model to many other people. So if he's failing in his own responsibility, definitely he will not be modeling something positive to followers. Now, another aspect is that job relevant knowledge. Like I told you, Madiba is educated and he knows his job as a leader. And he must have read widely also during the struggle and, of course, while in jail. In fact, there was a rumor that Madiba has his own library in his jail. He collects books, read materials, read a lot of newspapers. Can you see? If you read his book, The Long Walk to Freedom, you see that he has read a lot before he can produce those books. And Madiba has produced a lot of books. Can you see? So he is very knowledgeable, job relevant knowledge. He has read the histories, the stories of leadership all across the board. Can you see? All right, consideration. We'll move to consideration. Consideration is the extent to which a leader, I have also touched on that, likely to have job relationship characterized by mutual trust, respect for subordinate ideas, and regard of their feelings. Can you see? Madiba has concern for followers. Can you see? He shows concern to his followers. Helps employees and treat them equally. Can you see? He helps people. He helps other members and treat everybody equally. Leadership style. Madiba is, of course, people oriented. Can you see? He's people oriented leader. People love him and he loves people. Can you see? Emphasis, cooperation. Madiba emphasizes cooperation and consensus building. He doesn't take an autocratic decision. He looks for what others can contribute, what others can say. And he doesn't frown at dissidents or those who oppose his view. And you see, that is consideration. It triggers the consideration. All right. Employee-oriented leaders. Can you see? Employees-oriented leaders emphasize or describe as emphasizing interpersonal relationship. Madiba always think about interpersonal relationship. You see, takes personal interest in the need of their members. You see, he takes personal interest in the need of their members, and of course, accept individual differences among members. He feels that people can have dissenting view, different views, about life. People can have divergent views, and he accepts that. You see, so he's democratic in nature. All right, we progress. Situational leadership coming back again. Situational leadership. The situational leadership model allows a person to analyze the need of the situation. You see, they are in and then use the most appropriate leadership style. You see, so Madiba's situational leadership style. We see Madiba as a coaching leader because he has a high relationship focus. So he has coaching others to become leaders. Can you see? So he has a high relationship focus. Then, of course, he seeks ideas and suggestions from followers. Can you see? Then, of course, the next time there, he support and praise them on their job well done, and therefore build their self-esteem. If you see Madiba talking to him, even when he was talking to the rabbi team, even when they have not won, he was telling them, well done, well done. I know you will succeed. Is there anything you need? I'll make room for that. You see? So he supports and praises them. You see? And through praising them, they are kind of inspired to succeed. All right. Great. We'll progress. Now, tying back also to transformational leadership. Leaders who inspire followers to transcend their own self-interest. You see, when Madiba was able to inspire followers to abandon their own self-interest and look towards the bigger goal, the organizational interest. You see, the organizational interest. You see, so leaders who inspire followers to transcend their own self-interest. Leaders who are capable of having a profound and extraordinary effect on followers. You can see Madiba has profound and extraordinary effect, not only on the ANC, but the whole South Africa, both white and black. You see? And of course, guides and motivate followers in the direction of established goal. Madiba guides and motivate followers in the direction of this is what we want to achieve. This is our goal. So he guides them. He provides maturity. He provides sense of belonging and motivate followers in the direction of established goal. And of course, Madiba pay attention to consigns and to consigns and followers' individual development needs. He pay attention to consigns and followers' individual development needs. You see, change followers' perception of issues. You see, Madiba change followers' perception, just like when ANC says they can negotiate. when the PAC, Pan-Africanist Congress, was saying that no, they don't want the white to remain in South Africa, that they want freedom, the white can go back to Europe. But Madiba changed the perception of people. We can live side by side. Can you see? Instead of chasing any person, every person have contributed to South Africa as a nation. Can you see? So he changed their perception. Transformational leaders are often charismatic. I think you can see that in our last lecture, we were able to relate how transformational leadership and charismatic leadership relate. There are some of the qualities of charismatic leaders. You can also find it in transformational leaders. All right. So finally, transformational leaders' characteristics. Transformational leaders, charisma, can you see, which is of course charismatic, and of course inspiration, and of course intellectual stimulation. Can you see? Madiba was able to stimulate the ANC members intellectually, and he was also able to stimulate South Africa intellectually. Can you see? And of course individual consideration. All these qualities are inherent in Nelson Madiba, Tata Mandela. Can you see? So these are, part of how Madiba relates to all the leadership theories or the different leadership theories and the contemporary leadership theory that we have discussed during our last meeting. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Okay. So, colleagues, with that, we come to the end of Madiba's leadership or Mandela's eight leadership lesson or Madiba's leadership style. I will give you guys, say, 3 minutes to take your comfort break. And when you come back, we'll start with another topic. Thank you very much.
So can you just say that again? Because you broke up as you said the time.
As I said, what?
As you gave us the time for how long the break will be, you broke up on my
Yeah,
side. So
yeah. Oh, okay. Sorry, I said 3 minutes comfort break.
30. Okay, thank you very much.
No, not 30, not 30. I said 3 minutes.
Oh,
Comfort break.
3.
Yes,
Okay,
3
perfect.
minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah, 3 minutes comfort break. And you join me back again. Thank you. Hmm. Okay, colleagues, thank you very much for coming back. I can see that you guys are already back. Are you all back?
Yeah, sure.
Fantastic.
Yes.
All right. So we'll move to another topic under your unit, under the unit 3 of your learner guide, which is, of course, which has to do with conflict, organizational conflict. That's it. Organizational conflict, a very important aspect of a very important aspect of uh, any study, organizational conflict. Oh, I think something else is appearing there. Uh, conflict. Just coming. Right. All right. Okay. That's conflict and negotiation. Conflict and negotiation, which has to do with organizational conflict. You see. When we talk about conflicts, can anybody give us an idea? What comes to your mind? What do you know when we talk about conflict?
I would say that conflict, particularly in an organization, would be if leaders don't agree on the same thing. So, in terms, they may have different values and beliefs. So, it would become difficult for them to have the same opinion as someone else. And that could
Okay.
create conflict in that they couldn't just
Okay.
decide on one solution to a problem. They'd have to take into consideration everyone's differences and their various beliefs.
Okay. Well, that is a good insight and of course a contribution. At least I know that somebody knows what conflict is all about. You see, and we come across conflict every time in organization. Wherever there are more than two individuals, there's bound to be conflict. Even in our homes, we see conflict between our parents, or even we ourselves, if we are married, we see conflict between ourselves and our wives, or ourselves and our husbands. So once there are more than two individuals in a particular environment, there's possibility for conflict. And you see, conflict can be as a result of how different individuals see things, their worldviews. Can you see? So, know that conflict is human nature, and of course, we cannot run away from it. All right. So, that is the most important thing with regards to conflict. So, some of the things we meet in this topic is a definition of conflict, transition in conflict thoughts, the conflict process, and of course, we talk about negotiation and summarize the chapter. All right. Great. Now, definition of conflict based or according to our textbook model. So, conflict is a process that begins when one party perceives that another party has negatively affected or is about to affect negatively something that the first party cares about. You see? So perception is the first thing. When one party perceives that another person is taking advantage of him or is about to affect negatively something that the first party cares about. You see? Something, so interest is here. You see? If there's something that is that I'm interested in and you want to put some hurdles to it, definitely I will react. You see, because I am perceiving that you are the stumbling block to achieving my goals or the stumbling block to getting to where I want to be. So a conflict is a process that begins when one party perceives that another party has negatively affected or is about to affect something that the first party cares about. You see? So that is the definition of conflict. And you see, many times we see conflict playing out in our society. You can see the picture there. That could be striking. That is the Marikana strike. And you see, the beginning of the Marikana strike, when employees demanded 12,500 rand increase as a minimum wage. And you see, this is how it begins. Forward to a living wage, strike action can win or not action will win. And you see, socialism means freedom, retrench the bosses. And you see, so you can see the picture there reflecting a strike action. So that is to say that they are already in conflict with the management. Can you see? So they see the management as the people putting a kind of hurdle for them to have a living wage. Can you see? So that brings about conflict, which is why conflict is a process that begins when one party perceives that another party has negatively affected or is about to affect negatively something that the first party cares about. So, then, of course, transition in conflict thought. Transition in conflict thought. You see, over the years, there have been different perspectives about conflict, different beliefs about conflict. You see, so many different beliefs around. So, the first one there is the traditional view about conflict. And in fact, if I have time, I will give you also even more than 4 different views of conflict from another slide, from another textbook, if I have time. So the traditional view of conflict believe that all conflict is harmful. All conflict is harmful and should be avoided. I see. The traditional belief that conflict is not warranted. So they believe in the unitary aspect of organization, that organization is a united whole. As such, there is no basis for conflict. So they believe that all conflict is harmful and should be avoided. I see. That this view prevailed in the 1930s and 1940s. Can you see? However, this particular thought or belief fell out of favor as researchers realized that some level of conflict is unavoidable. Can you see? Some level of conflict cannot, except human beings have turned moron. And of course, that is the expectation of the scientific theory of management, Taylorism, that workers should become morons in the field of production. That workers should become an impersonal cog in the field of production. That workers should become an appendage of the machine that produce products. So there was this perception that workers are not supposed to vent their anger towards maltreatment. That workers must embrace and accept whatever is given to them. So that is the traditional view of conflict. Now, after that, because the traditional view fell out of favor, because of the demerit of the traditional view of conflict, a new view came in, which is, of course, the interactionist view of conflict. The interactionist view believed that conflict is not only positive force in a group, can you see, but also it is an absolute necessity for a group to perform effectively. So conflict is not only a positive force in a group, but also an absolute necessity for a group to perform effectively. You see? So they believe that conflict can be positive. And you see, they believe that conflict can be a positive because, of course, conflict brings innovation. Conflict brings new perspectives. Conflict enable organization to achieve change or to promote change. So without conflict, there cannot be peace. Even look to take into consideration when you have a conflict with your friend, you realize that after you guys were able to resolve your misunderstanding, the friendship becomes stronger. Can you see? The bonding becomes stronger. That also applies to husband and wife when they had a fight, a kind of minimal fight, not now when it extends. After they resolve their crisis, they become more attached together. They become more related, to one another. Can you see? Because they have been able to quarrel, vent out their anger, and each one of them realizing where they erred, and maybe asking for forgiveness. Can you see? It improves relationship. So, of course, there are two types of conflict. One is functional conflict, and the other one is dysfunctional conflict. When we talk about functional conflict is conflict that support the goals of the group and improve performance. So any conflict that is related to the work performance is a positive conflict. Why dysfunctional conflict is conflict that hinder group performance. Can you see? It hinders group performance because it is not related to performance. People have started attacking themselves instead of how to perform the work. So that becomes dysfunctional conflict. Can you see? So those are the two different types of conflict. And transitions in conflict thought, we are still talking. We need to examine the type of conflict in order to differentiate between functional and dysfunctional conflict. Can you see? And when we talk about task conflict over content and goal of the work is functional conflict. Can you see? Then when we talk about relationship conflict based on interpersonal relationship. Can you see? And when people begin to fight themselves, that is, of course, dysfunctional. Now, when we talk about process conflict over how the work gets done, that is a functional conflict. Can you see? Because the focus is on the work, the focus is on the task, the focus is on the goal. Can you see? And of course, there's another third school of thought with regards to conflict. That is resolution-focused view of conflict. You see, the traditional view was short-sighted in assuming that all conflicts should be eliminated. And of course, the interactionist view is incomplete, according to the new focus, the resolution focused view of conflict. You see. So the resolution focused view recognizes that conflict is probably inevitable, but now that this conflict should be managed, should be resolved. Can you see? So the focus, the resolution view sees conflict, that conflict is inevitable, but of course we should be able to manage it in such a way that we can control it. Can you see? Focuses on productive conflict resolution. The conflict should be resolved positively. And of course, their view almost tied to the Marikana crisis. If the crisis was positively or productively resolved, definitely we wouldn't have seen the death of 34 mining workers during the Marikana crisis. So the view of resolution-focused view of conflict is that conflict may be inevitable, but it should be managed to a certain extent through conflict resolutions or resolution. All right. We'll progress. Conflict process. Conflict process. What are the processes of conflict? A process that have five, conflict process have 5 stages. Potential opposition or incompatibility, cognition and personalization, intentions, and of course, behaviors and outcome. These are the 5 stages of conflict process. And if you look at the diagram there, you can see the stage 1 there, potential opposition or incompatibility. What are the antecedent conditions for that? Stage 1, communication. Communication barriers brings about conflict. Can you see? If what this one is saying did not send a clear meaning to the other, that is conflict already. Structure. Can you see? The structure of an organization can bring conflict, particularly if the 2 departments work together and one department depends or rely on the other department to finish their job before they can do their own. Then it can lead to conflict. It can lead to conflict. Then, of course, antecedent condition in terms of stage 1, which is potential opposition or incompatibility, personal variables. Human beings are different, with different emotion, attitude, personality kind, and all the rest. And of course, in terms of the big 5 model, either agreeableness and disagreeableness, or conscientiousness, or non-cooperative. Can you see? So human beings are different. That can be a source of conflict in organization. And of course, when you have these antecedent conditions, the next stage in conflict process is perceived conflict and felt conflict. Can you see? Now, when you have this antecedent condition, the other party that notice this different antecedent condition begin to perceive conflict. Can you see? That the other person want to trample on what he himself value most. So he perceive it. Can you see? And of course, when you perceive something, after a while, you begin to react to that. That is what we call felt conflict. Can you see? Perception and feelings. Can you see? So stage 2, cognition and personalization. You perceive it and you begin to feel it. Can you see? Now, on the basis of feeling it, the conflict process move to stage 3, which is intention. You begin to react to it. You begin to think of how you will handle the conflict. And the different ways people handle conflict, which is conflict handling intention, include competing. Either you want to compete with the person, just like the labor decided to compete with, of course, the mining organizations. You see, competing, or another way to manage it, or another way to handle conflict intention is, of course, collaborating. You collaborate. Okay, let's put hands together and work together. Another way of conflict handling intention is compromising. It's okay. What? Well, I will compromise. I will give you what you want to a certain extent. Let's compromise. Then another way of handling conflict intention is avoiding. You avoid the person altogether. You will see people doing that in most cases. When you are angry with somebody and the person is trying to see you so that you resolve it, but you avoid him because you don't want to have any chat with him. That is avoidance. And another conflict handling intention is accommodating. Can you see? You feel, okay, let me accommodate. Let me accommodate him by giving out certain aspects, can you see, of what he's looking for, of what he wants, so that in future, he himself will accommodate me. Can you see? Then, of course, another aspect in terms of the next stage after conflict handling intention is, of course, behavior. Behavior with regards to conflict can be overt conflict, which is now people seeing the conflict playing out. Parties' behavior, others' reaction. Can you see? How do people behave? You see? Parties' behavior, how do others react? So that is the stage 5 in conflict process. And of course, outcome. Depending on how people behave in terms of all this handling intention and how the other party react, that may lead to increased group performance or decreased group performance. If the response is positive between the parties, it will certainly lead to increased group performance. But if the response is negative with regards to the two parties, it will certainly lead to decreased group performance. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Great. We'll progress. So you can see the conflict process also here. Potential opposition or incompatibility with regards to communication, like I have told you, stage 1. Communication can be a source of conflict due to semantic communication, due to semantic barriers or semantic difficulties. You see, when the meaning is distorted, you see. Then, of course, misunderstandings, where people have misunderstanding in terms of what one is communicating to the other. And of course, noise in communication channels. If the communication channel is a distance, noise within the environment can even alter the communication, and there could be a miscommunication. Can you see? So that can bring about conflict. And of course, like I mentioned to you, the structure. Structural variables such as size of the group within a particular department or unit. Jurisdictional clarity. If there is ambiguity in terms of jurisdiction within an organization, or it can lead to conflict. Leadership style can lead to conflict. If the leader is not willing to cooperate, if the leader is autocratic, it can lead to conflict. Can you see? Most of the wars in Africa, like of course the Congolese war, which is former Zaire, these are all leadership style. I gave you an instance of Mobutu Sese Seko. For him to come down to power, there was a military fight. That is conflict in itself. Leadership style. And of course, ambiguity about responsibility. Can you see? If there's no clear demarcation in terms of who is responsible to who, and of course, the reward system. If the reward system is not clear, some people are unfairly rewarded and some people are fairly rewarded. That can, of course, bring about conflict in any organization. All right. Then the next one is personal variable. Personal variable include, like I mentioned to you, personality, emotion, values of a person. Can you see? People high in disagreeableness, neuroticism, and of course self-monitoring tend to get into conflict more often and react poorly when conflict do occur. Can you see? People who are self-centered, self-monitoring, they always perceive people around them with suspicion. They don't cooperate. They always disagree. These people tend to get into conflict more often and react poorly when conflict do occur. Right. Now, stage two, conflict process, cognition, and personalization. If the condition cited in stage one negatively affects something one party cares about, the potential for opposition or incompatibility becomes actualized in stage two. And it is actualized in terms of perceived conflict, that is, awareness by one or more of the existence of conflict that creates opportunities for conflict to arise. Perception, perceived conflict, awareness. And of course, felt conflict, emotional involvement. So you see, you begin to feel it. It doesn't come just one day, it builds. You see, momentum. Emotional involvement in a conflict that creates anxiety. Can you see? Tenseness. Can you see? Frustration. And of course, hostility. Can you see? You're feeling it. Can you see? Then, of course, the two is important because it is where conflict issues tend to be defined and where parties decide what the conflict is about or all about. So emotion play a major role in shaping perception. Emotions play a major role in shaping perception. Negative emotion allow us to oversimplify issues and lose trust. Negative emotion. Whereas positive emotion, where positive feeling increase our tendency to see potential relationship among elements of a problem. You see, so emotion plays a role here. There are people with negative emotions. Even in your organization, you will notice it. There are people with negative emotion. Any little thing they want to react, or they want to bully other people. Can you see? They want to bring even the conflict they have in their home into their workplaces. So those are negative. People with negative emotion. But people with positive emotion, they come, they want everybody to be happy. They want to improve relationship in the workplace. They don't bring their personal matters into the workplace. Can you see? So those people increase tendency to see potential relationship among elements of a problem. Can you see? Seeing a problem from a positive aspect, that this problem is not bigger than us. If we put our heads together, we can resolve this problem. All right. And of course, we progress, which is, of course, with regards to conflict handling intention, which is, of course, stage three. Stage three, that is intention, decision to act in a given way. The first aspect in terms of conflict handling intention, like I mentioned to you, is competing, which is a desire to satisfy one's interests. Can you see? Regardless of the impact on the other party. Can you see? Regardless of the impact of the other party. When you receive the slide, it will be clearer. I think it was the blackboard that push that aspect out. You see, regardless of the impact on the other party. So your interest is paramount. That is competing. So two competing groups or parties will hold on to their interest. Just like, of course, in terms of the Marikana crisis, workers say they need their salary to be minimum 12,500. Management says no, it cannot be possible. You see, the managers are increasing their salary, they are increasing their bonuses, but they don't want to increase that of workers. Workers says no, without this no work, we will protest. Management did not find it. Oh, let's talk properly. So the relationship broke down. You see, so they have competing interests. You see. Then, of course, the next aspect there is collaborating. Collaborating is a situation in which the parties to a conflict each desire to satisfy fully the concerns of the other. Can you see? Each one of them is thinking, how do we satisfy the other party fully? Can you see? So that is collaborating with regards to conflict intention. And the third one, I say avoiding. The desire to withdraw from or suppress a conflict. You see, you withdraw from that conflict. Whenever they're talking about the conflict, you hide from them. Or you try to suppress it, that there's no conflict. That is, of course, avoiding tactics or intention, conflict handling intention. Then the next one in terms of conflict handling intention is, of course, the willingness of one party in which is accommodating. The willingness of one party in a conflict to place the opponent interest above his or her own. Can you see? You decide, okay, I'm willing to accept your demands. Can you see? And sacrifice my own interest. Can you see? So the willingness of one party in a conflict to place the opponent's interest above his or her own. That is accommodating in terms of conflict handling intention. The next one, which is the last one there, is compromising. Compromising is a situation in which each party to a conflict is willing to give up something. Can you see? Like the case of the Marikana crisis, if workers were able to say, okay, we'll come down to 11,000 instead of 12,500. And management says, okay, we'll be able to pay you, let's make it 10,500, or let's make it, say, 10,900, you know. So can you see, each one of them is ready to give out something and to say, okay, let's compromise. So that is compromising in terms of conflict handling intention. All right. Now these are all the different diagrams portraying the state theory conflict handling intention. And you see, competing there, you can see the two arrows facing each other, ready to fight, and that falls under assertive behavior in terms of conflict handling intention. And of course, compromising also is also part of that. Compromising falls in between assertive and non-assertive behavior with regards to conflict handling intention. And of course, collaborating also, in the diagram, you can see the two arrows there, bringing their heads together to say, let's work together, let's collaborate. And you see, there you can see compromise. You see the arrow facing the same side. That is, okay, let's compromise. Let each one of us be willing to give something. And you see, then the unassertive one there is avoiding. I don't want to speak to him. So you are not talking about it. You see. So, and if you look at it, avoiding and of course competing falls under uncooperative behavior also from the S-axis. Can you see? Then, of course, you can see the compromising falls under cooperative. Can you see? Cooperativeness. Then, if you look at it, you can see the arrow, the accommodating. Accommodating is also unassertive. You don't want to argue, you just want to accommodate the opposing party. You can see it's like a big brother there. You can see one arrow is bigger than the other. So one party is willing to carry the other and support them and agree their demands. So it falls also under cooperative on the S-axis. Can you see? So that is that. And from the Y-axis, it falls under unassertive conflict handling behavior. Is that clear? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Great. All right. Justin, thank you for always acknowledging. I think you'll be getting some mark for your participation in the class because I hear your voice more than other members of the class. So there will be participation mark, and I think I have noted you, Justin, for your contribution always. Justin's and the other female students. I think both of you have. Really contributed immensely in the class, because we cannot be in a class where everybody is dumb and deaf because of the electronic system. It's more lively when we hear people's voice responding, or of course, either contributing or asking questions, in the class. All right. And like I told you, participating in the class is very, very important. Because I tell you, in terms of the assignment, I don't know if you guys have received the second assignment. If you are not in the class, most of the students will not be able to resolve that assignment if they didn't participate in the class. There were certain questions that I posed, which you can only do if you participated in this class. You see. So when I see students avoiding classes because we are using electronic media, I just look at them as people who may be setting themselves for failure. So thanks to all the students that have been very regular in this our additional classes. Like I told you, I'm sacrificing myself to do that. Otherwise, I can tell you guys, go and start reading chapter this, chapter that, and one day I will just touch the periphery area of most of them without actually engaging you in knowledge. I don't want to do that because, like I told you, our contact session for this term was not even up to 7. According to what I saw in terms of the timetable. Which is why I decided, okay, I will sacrifice some of the Saturdays for us to discuss. So nobody is paying me for this extra activity, but I felt it is incumbent on me to actually make sure I have interaction because academic pursuit and academic endeavor is the lecturer engaging with the students, knowing his students. If we were having a contact section face to face, by now I must have known all your names and known all your faces according to how we interact in the class. Can you see? That has been my nature. I try to know my student face to face and by name. So as we were talking, we'll move to the 4th stage, which is of course behavior. Behavior in terms of conflict is, of course, conflict management. The use of resolution and stimulation techniques, can you see, to achieve the desired level of conflict. Can you see? So in terms of behavior, how conflict can be managed, there are so many techniques and tactics. The first one is problem solving. Problem solving is, of course, face-to-face meeting of the conflicting parties for the purpose of identifying the problem and resolving it through open discussion. Then the second technique in terms of conflict resolution is subordinate goals. Can you see? Subordinate goals. That is creating a shared goal that cannot be attained without the cooperation of each of the conflicting parties. Can you see? That is subordination of individuals' interest and focusing on this shared goal. Can you see? That is another way of resolving a conflict resolution technique. Then the next one is expansion of resources. Can you see? At times, conflict can be as a result of scarce resources. Can you see? So a manager can say, okay, let me expand the resources in order to reduce this conflict. So when a conflict is caused by the scarcity of resources, for example, money, promotion, opportunity, or office space, expansion of the resources can create a win-win solution. Can you see? A win-win solution. Of course, that is with regards to expansion of resources. The next conflict resolution technique is avoidance. And sometimes it's a strategy or a tactics to withdraw or suppress the conflict. And you see, that is actually avoidance, when you avoid the conflict. And people do that. People do that if you know that you will have a major conflict with somebody. Sometimes if you see him from a far distance, you can even enter into another office or into another room just to avoid that conflict, because you really know that if you meet face to face, you may even start the conflict. Can you see? So it's also part of avoidance instead of confronting it. Then another aspect is, of course, smoothing. Smoothing is another technique of conflict resolution. Smoothing, that is playing down differences. Can you see? Playing down differences while emphasizing common interests. Can you see? Playing down our differences. Let's focus on how we are related, what is our common interest between the conflicting parties. And of course, the next one is compromise. Can you see? Each party to the conflict gives up something of value. So the next conflict resolution technique is, of course, authoritative command. When manager realize that all this other conflict resolution technique is not working, they may take authority. They may work within the confines of the former authority to resolve the conflict, and then communicate their desire to the parties involved. Can you see? Then another conflict resolution technique is, of course, altering the human variables. That is, altering the human variable is now using behavioral change techniques, such as human relation training, sending them to training, to change their personality type, to change the way they reason, to change the way they perceive things. In fact, sensitivity training is part of it. Can you see? Altering the human variable to alter attitude and behavior that cause conflict. Can you see? That would also include, of course, counseling. Then, of course, another aspect in terms of conflict resolution technique is altering the structural variables. Can you see? Reorganizing the organization. Can you see? Reorganizing, restructuring the organization, changing the former organization structure, and the interaction patterns of conflicting parties. Through job redesign, you can redesign the job. Through transfer, conflicting parties can be transferred to other branches of the organization, or creation of coordinating positions, and of course, and other ways that people think they can actually manage conflict. That is altering the organizational structure. That is with regards to conflict resolution. The next one there is, since we have said that to a certain extent conflict can be encouraged if the organization is not having any conflict. There is a perception that it is totally bad. You see, the conflict brings innovation. So in terms of that, that is why we have another way, techniques in terms of conflict management techniques. We have what they call conflict stimulation techniques. Conflict stimulation techniques, one aspect, one way of stimulating conflict could be through communication. When you use ambiguous or threatening message to increase conflict level, that is communication. And of course, another aspect is bringing in outsiders. Can you see? Adding employees to a group whose background, values, attitude, or managerial style differ from those of present members. That will trigger conflict. If you want to stimulate conflict a little bit, for people to come with innovative ideas. Can you see? Then the next one is restructuring the organization, realigning work group, altering rules and regulation, increasing interdependence, and making similar structural changes to disrupt the status quo. Can you see? So that is one way of stimulating conflict within an organization. Another aspect of stimulating conflict within an organization is, of course, appointing a devil's advocate. A devil's advocate, that is designating a critic to argue purposively against the majority's position held by the group. Can you see, when they say somebody is a devil's advocate, he just throw certain nonsensical idea into the ground or into the group, just to spike people up and to argue on that. Can you see? So designated a critic to argue whether something is good or bad. He criticizes it just to see how people feel and how people react. It's not that he meant it, but he's a devil's advocate. So we hear people at times say somebody is a devil's advocate. You throw irrational comment into what seems to be rational, and people begin to dispute about it. Can you see? So you become a devil's advocate. Can you see? Designated a critic to argue purposively against the majority's position held by the group. Can you see? So you can see the diagram below. Conflict intensity continuum. How does conflict build up from the state of no conflict to a stage of high and, in fact, dangerous conflict? You can see at the beginning below there is no conflict at all. Then in the second stage there, you see minor disagreement and misunderstanding unfolding when people begin to work together. And if that is not properly controlled, it moves to the next stage, which is overt questioning or challenging of others. Begin to question, why is it behaving like this? Why are you doing this? Why do you behave this way? Can you see? You challenge others. And if that is not properly managed, you see people now become assertive. They now begin to verbalize it. They now begin to attack themselves verbally, insult themselves, and argue verbally. Then if that is not properly managed, and this is also what played out at the Marikana crisis, you see threat and ultimatum. So you see, if you don't do this, we will shut down your business. Can you see? And of course, maybe the employer association will say, I give you 3 days to return to work. Otherwise, you all will lose your job. Those are threat and ultimatum. Can you see? Then if that is not properly managed, the next thing we'll see is aggressive physical attack. Just like in Mauritania. People started fighting, they were ready to even engage the organization in a big fight, which of course made the organization to call the police. And in fact, The labor side were even willing to fight the police with their bows and, of course, sticks, which led to the massacre of 34 mining workers by the police in the Marikana crisis. You see? And of course, the last aspect there in terms of the conflict intensity continuum is overt effort to destroy the other party. You see, that is, of course, what unfolded at the Marikana crisis, because the life of 34 workers were destroyed. This is because those workers were also willing or maybe ready to destroy the life of the police officers, according to the claim of the police officers. Because if they had caught a police officer during that crisis, I don't think those workers would have spared them if they have lost any member. Can you see? So that is overt effort to destroy the other party. Is that clear?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Good.
Yes, sir, it's clear. Thanks.
Fantastic. All right. So the conflict process outcome. Outcome, stage 5. What is the outcome? Outcome can be functional outcomes. Functional outcome, when conflict is handled positively, we can get a functional outcome. Conflict is constructive when it improves quality of decisions, stimulate creativity and innovation. Can you see? Encourages interest and curiosity among group members, provide a medium through which problem can be aired and tension release, and foster an environment of self-evaluation and, of course, change. Then that you can consider as functional outcome. But the dysfunctional outcome of conflict, if it is not properly managed, it becomes a dysfunctional outcome. Destructive conflict, destructive consequences of conflict on the performance of a group or organization are generally well known. In fact, the Marikana crisis was a dysfunctional outcome. Uncontrolled opposition breeds discontent, which adds to dissolve common ties and eventually lead to the destruction of the group. Can you see? So we are seeing conflict that were resolved where labor and, of course, management or labor and employer decide to come to a rational decision making and resolve their conflict amicably by bargaining effectively, collectively bargaining. But we have, like the Marikana crisis portrayed, we are seeing conflict where the parties want to destroy themselves, which, of course, is a case of dysfunctional outcomes. Is that clear?
Yes.
Good.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah. Now we move to the next topic. One way of resolving conflict, which is, of course, negotiation. I spoke about negotiation, where you come together to negotiate. How do we solve this our problem? Negotiation is a process in which two or more parties exchange goods and services and attempt to agree on exchange rate for them. Can you see? That is negotiation. And of course, in terms of negotiation, we have two types of negotiation, which is, of course, distributive negotiation and, of course, integrative negotiation, or distributive bargaining or integrative bargaining. Those are the two kind of negotiation. Now, when we talk about distributive bargaining, we talk about how do they differ? What are the difference between distributive bargaining and integrative bargaining? The goal of distributive bargaining is get as much of the pies as possible. I see. Distributive bargaining, one, in terms of the relation, they are not ready to compromise. It's competition. I see. It's part of competing. So one party wants to get everything at the expense of the other party. But with regards to integrative bargaining, that is, of course, more or less a kind of collaboration. Can you see? Okay, guys, Let us expand, expand the pie so that both parties is satisfied. Can you see? So that both parties is satisfied. So that is integrative bargaining. With regards to motivation, distributive bargaining is a case of win-lose situation. One party wins, the other party loses everything or lose everything. Whereas in terms of integrative bargaining, it's a case of win-win situation. Both parties want to win. Can you see? Both parties want to resolve their crisis or conflict amicably so that everybody go home happy. Now, in terms of focus, with regards to distributive bargaining, position, the focus, or in terms of position, is that they strive for position in terms of distributive bargaining. In that case, I can go beyond, I cannot go beyond this point on this issue. That is the emphasis of distributive bargaining. Position, they hold on to their position. But in terms of integrative bargaining, they hold on, they look into interest. Can you see? They speak calmly. Can you explain why this issue is so important to you? Can you see? They want to get explanation so that they can see if they can compromise. Can you see? But in terms of distributive bargaining, they are interested in what they want. I can't go beyond this point on this issue. Can you see? But in terms of integrative bargaining, interest, they look at the interest of both people. Interests. Can you see? That's why it is multiple there. Can you explain why this issue is important to you? Then in terms of interest, distributive bargaining is opposition. Can you see? The two parties oppose themselves, which is why I told you competing tactics. But of course, in terms of integrative bargaining, the two parties look towards congruent. Can you see? Collaboration. Can you see? Compromising if possible. Congruent. Can you see? Collaboration. Then in terms of distributive bargaining, with regards to information sharing under distributive bargaining is low because it is a competing circumstances or a competing bargaining. So if you share information to your opposition or to your enemy, definitely you can use the information against you. So as such, information sharing is low because sharing information will only allow the other party to take advantage of you. There's no trust in terms of distributive bargaining. But with regards to integrative bargaining, information sharing is high. Can you see? Sharing information will allow each party to find ways to satisfy interest of each other. Can you see? So information sharing is high because there is trust with regards to integrative bargaining. Duration of relationship with regards to distributive bargaining. Distributive bargaining articulates short relationship. Can you see? Their interest is let us get what we want to get now. We don't care what happens future. But of course, integrative bargaining is more interested in long-term relationship. Can you see? Let's resolve this amicably because we will still be working together. Can you see? We will still look at our eyes, eyeball to eyeball in future. So they look into integrative bargaining, look into long-term relationship. Can you see? Whereas distributive bargaining is focused on short-term relationship. Is that clear?
Yes, sir. So I just wanted to ask a quick question.
Yes.
Is congruent like do you both have the same interest?
Is that what?
Under interest, where it says congruent under integrative bargaining, congruent means like you both want the same thing, but might have like a slightly different way of, let's say, achieving or getting to their goal. Am I correct in saying that?
Yeah. No, in terms of Congress, like in terms of with regards to interest, their interest, distributive bargaining focuses on opposition, opposing the other person. But of course, in terms of integrative bargaining, they want congruent. They just want to meet at a middle point. Can you see? They want to
Okay.
understand themselves and be able to resolve the matter without opposition. Can you see?
Okay.
So Congress is okay. Let's understand ourselves. Let's agree to disagree. Can you see?
Okay, perfect. Thank you, sir.
Great, great, great. All right. So that is with regards to distributive and integrative bargaining when it comes to negotiation. All right. Now you can see a very good example of distributive bargaining and integrative bargaining. With regards to distributive bargaining, negotiation that seek to divide up a fixed amount of resources. Distributive bargaining is a negotiation that seeks to divide up. Divide, that is divide. It's just hiding there, but when you get the slide, it's not there. I think it's the system that have taken it there. Divide up a fixed amount of resources. So in that case, distributive bargaining is a case of win-lose situation. Can you see? And when we talk about fixed pie, that is the belief that there is only a set amount of goods or services to be divided up between the parties. However, integrative bargaining negotiation is that negotiation that seek one or more settlement that can create a win-win solution. So in terms of distributing, there's a perception that the contest, what they want to actually get from each other is fixed. But in terms of integrative bargaining, they believe that we can create other ways where everybody goes home happy, win-win situation. You see? Now, for instance, if you look at the diagram there, you can see the middle point there is what we call the settlement range. Middle point. Settlement range is what is at stake. You see? Now, in terms of integrative bargaining, they can even expand that settlement range. Can you see? They can even expand it a little bit. And if you look at the arrow on top there, that is Party A aspiration. And you can see Party A can aspire to get all the settlement range. That is all the pies. The same thing applies to Party B, can desire to get all the pies. Can you see? You can see Party A's target point and Party A's resistance point. So Party A can continue to push to get all the pies up to the level of the settlement range, the end of the settlement range from the left axis. The same thing applies from Party B from the right axis, can even want to get all the settlement range. So when they fall into this bracket, they are actually trying to use a distributive bargaining. But when both of them says, okay, we can see the settlement range, let us expand this settlement range. Let us add more things to bargain about. And of course, see where we can meet at equilibrium, where everybody can settle the matter. Let's divide it into two. Not one person taking all the settlement range or all the pies. Can you see? So they can now reach a compromise. They can now reach an agreement. Can you see? That of course, we want everybody to go home happy. But of course, there are people who want to negotiate. They want all the pies. Can you see? So that falls under distributive bargaining. But in terms of integrative bargaining, they don't want all the pies. They want a situation where the other party will also be happy. Can you see? So they see how they can actually meet at a middle point. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Great.
Yes.
Great. All right. So that is that. With regard to that, now, of course, negotiation process. What are the process of negotiation? The first one is preparation and planning. Of course, before you go into any business, you have to prepare and plan. Can you see? And of course, planning is, of course, thinking, what are we actually going to negotiate about? What is our interest? And you also try to consider, who are we negotiating with? What is their interest? What is their nature? Can you see? So that is the planning stage, preparation and planning. You prepare and you list things you want to achieve. Can you see? So that is part of planning in terms of negotiation. So the next one with regards to the negotiation process is definition of ground rules. Can you see? Both parties define ground rules. What we don't bring something new. Can you see? This is what we are here for. Can you see? And this is the rule of engagement in terms of this negotiation. An agreement is reached. That is the second negotiation process. Then, of course, the third negotiation process is clarification and jurisdiction. Can you see? The two parties clarifies what they actually want, what they are here for. And of course, they speak about the jurisdiction, the area they cannot go beyond with regards to the current negotiation. And of course, the next stage in the negotiation process is bargaining and problem solving. So they bargain and of course resolve the problem. And of course, the last stage is when they resolve the problem, a written agreement is reached. And of course, the final aspect is closure of the bargaining and of course, implementation of the agreement. You see? So these are the stages in negotiation process. So preparation of planning, what do you need there? Do your homework regarding the nature of the conflict. Who is involved and what your goals and the other party's goals are. You see, you clarify what is my goal. Also consider the effect that the negotiation will have on the relationship between the parties. Can you see? Do you want to end the relationship? Or you want to continue the relationship? Can you see? If the relationship is a short relationship, of course, integrative, distributive bargaining can be allowed. But if you want continuity of the relationship, integrative bargaining, I think should be the best. And of course, in terms of bargaining, most of the thing the parties look at is the best alternative to a negotiated agreement. You see, which is of course the least an individual should accept. That is what they call partner in negotiation. That is the least that the parties can accept and be very satisfied. Can you see? So that is the best alternative to a negotiated agreement. Then, of course, individual differences in negotiation. What are the differences between individuals with regards to negotiation? Negotiators who are agreeable or extroverted are not very successful at distributive bargaining. Can you see? Negotiators who are agreeable, negotiators who are extrovert, because this is a conflicting negotiation. So if you are the type that agree, you can't be very successful in distributive bargaining because it's a win-lose situation. So you must be secretive. Like I said, you don't release information. You must not be an extrovert. You don't agree. You're there as an opposition. Can you see? You're there to disagree. Can you see? So you may not be successful in terms of distributive bargaining if you are the agreeable type or the extroverted type of people. The best distributive bargainer appear to be disagreeable and introverts. That is the perception in terms of research that have been conducted. In distributive bargaining, negotiators in a position of power, can you see? In distributive bargaining, negotiators in a position of power or equal status who show anger negotiate better outcomes. Can you see? That is distributive bargaining. People who are in position of power and who can actually show anger negotiate better outcome because, like I told you, it's a competition. It's an issue of win-lose. So you must show your anger, can you see? So people in less powerful position who show anger get worse outcome. Can you see? If you are in a less powerful position and you show anger under distributive bargaining, it is perceived or found that, of course, you get worse outcome. Then in integrative negotiation, positive mode and emotion leads to more integrative agreement. Can you see? It is positive. Can you see? Positive. You don't have to be angry. You don't have to be disagreeable. So in integrative negotiation, positive modes and emotion lead to more integrative agreements. Can you see? So some negotiation tactics yield superior outcome across culture. Different culture have the tactics that can yield superior outcome. So culture, negotiation tactics, or of course, can be more palatable in one culture from another. Either integrative bargaining is better in a particular culture, most especially a kind of culture that is, of course, communitarian, or culture that believe in community, while culture that believe in individualism will prefer distributive bargaining, just like America, where self-interest matters more than, of course, collective interest. Whereas a culture like Japan may prefer more integrative negotiation. So some negotiation tactics yield superior outcome based on culture. With regards to men and women do not negotiate differently. That is based according to some previous research. But gender does affect negotiation outcome. Can you see? Men have been found to negotiate better than women, although the difference is relatively small. But from our discussion, I can say women may always want a kind of integrative negotiation. You see, while men may be more akin to distributive bargaining. You know, men are very assertive. Men want all the pie. But women can be considerate. And you see, women can be soft. Women can think about, let's increase the pie so that everybody is happy. And you see. So, but not all women. There are women that are also assertive like men. You see, that who want all the pies. You see, so that is also a perception. And I think I have written also issues of women in conflict resolution, a paper that I published with one of my very good and late comrade when we were in India. That is Dr. Fireface Ugunuma. You see? So there was a paper we wrote with regards to women in conflict resolution. All right. So that is how with regards to individual difference in negotiation effectiveness. All right, we'll progress. Almost there. Now, negotiation by third party role in negotiation. I see. The fact of the matter is that occasionally individuals or group representatives reach a stalemate. You see, they reach a logjam and are unable to resolve their differences through direct negotiation. In such cases, they may turn to a third party for help. And part of this third party, the first one is the mediator. Who is a mediator? A mediator is a natural third party who facilitates negotiated solution by using reasoning, presenting reasoning to the two opposing parties. Also by using persuasion, persuading the two parties to agree to a particular settlement range. And of course, using suggestion. Can you see, suggesting to them how this matter could be resolved. But a mediator does not take decision on the negotiation. He persuades, suggests to the two opposing parties. The next aspect in terms of third-party negotiation is arbitrator. An arbitrator is a third party to a negotiation who has the authority to dictate an agreement. So an arbitrator comes and says, guys, I have looked at your issue. Okay, tell me what is the problem. Then the two parties present their problem. An arbitrator will dictate, this is how you guys will settle this matter. I give this portion to this person, and he has power and authority to dictate agreement. And of course, the last aspect in terms of third-party negotiation is the cancellator. A cancellator is a trusted third party who provides an informal communication link. Can you see? Who provide an informal communication link between the negotiators or between the negotiators or the two parties. Can you see? It provides a link to them to say, okay, meet at this point. Can you see? So that is why in South Africa, we have the CCMA, which handles this third-party negotiation clause, which is, of course, Commission for Mediation, Arbitration, and Cancellation. You see? So that is CCMA. You see? Commission for Cancellation, Mediation, and Arbitration. You see? All right. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Great.
Yes, sir.
Great. Fantastic. Fantastic. All right. So this is the final, almost the final. This is a good example, summary. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Emma. What is wrong with your microphone? I want to hear your voice. Is your microphone working today? Because some colleagues are responding. All right. Now, finally, summary and implications for managers. You can see conflict and unit performance. Like I told you, up to a level of conflict is perceived as functional. You see? But if conflict reaches a point, too many conflicts in the organization, then conflict becomes dysfunctional. Can you see? It begins to yield the initial return. That is why they say some level of conflict is required in organization, but not too much. Can you see? That is why it should be managed. That is why there should be resolution. But if you look at the point there, you can see point A. This is point A, that is point B, and that is point C. And you can see on the y-axis there, that is low and of course high conflict, low to high conflict. So what is arguing there? If you look at the situation, level of conflict, type of conflict, can you see? So if you look at A diagram there, the A is a low or non-conflict. Low or non-conflict is dysfunctional. Can you see? Low or non-conflict is dysfunctional. Can you see? Unit internal characteristics, apathetic, stagnant, non-responsive to change, lack of new idea. Can you see? And of course, it brings about low performance outcome to members of the group or organization. Can you see? Now, if you look at point B there, you can see that the conflict is at the peak. So, optional. Can you see? That is optional, which is of course functional aspect of conflict. Can you see? Then there you can see visible, self-critical, innovative. Can you see? And in terms of unit performance, is of course high performance. Can you see? Then the next one there after that, that is level C. That is high conflict. High conflict, too much of conflict is dysfunctional because it brings disruption. It is chaotic. It is uncooperative. It's a sign of uncooperativeness. And of course, unit outcome in terms of performance is of course low. So what you need is an equilibrium. or a stage of conflict where it brings about innovation, which is, of course, the stage B in terms of the level of conflict. At that stage, the performance, the unit performance of the organization seems high and is, in fact, positive for the organization. All right. Is that clear?
Yes,
Is the
sir.
diagram clear?
Yes,
Great.
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Great. So, the final slide there is summary and implication for managers. Conflict can be either too high or too low to be constructive. Can you see? Conflict can either be too high or too low for it to be functional or constructive. Select conflict handling approaches appropriate to the situation. Can you see? Select the ones that are appropriate to the situation, whether it is competing, collaboration, avoidance, accommodation, and compromise. Look at the one that is more appropriate to the current situation. Distributive bargaining can resolve dispute, but it often reduces the satisfaction of one or more negotiators because it is confrontational and focused on the short term. Integrative bargaining, in contrast, tend to provide outcomes that satisfy all parties and build lasting relationships. So make sure you set aggressive negotiate. Make sure you set aggressive negotiating goals and try to find creative ways to achieve the objective for both parties, especially when you value the long-term relationship with the other party. That does not mean sacrificing your self-interest. Rather, it means trying to find creative solutions that give both parties what they really want. Thank you very much. That brings us to the end of this topic of conflict and negotiation, which is part of the unit 3 of your learner guide. Is that clear?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Sir,
Yes.
can I
Okay.
ask you
Okay.
a
Great,
question
great.
about
So,
assignment two?
you say what?
Can I just ask you a question about assignment two? When will it be released to us?
What is what?
For assignment two or the second assignment, when will the questions in that be released to us?
What is the question?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have already released the question to Stefan. So probably any moment Stefan will release it. He has the date of releasing it.
Okay, so we will receive it shortly then, so we can start.
You will receive it shortly, certainly.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Okay then. So colleagues, I will allow you people to go for 3 minutes comfort break. Then when we come back, we will just touch on the last topic for today, which is power, which is of course discuss the different bases of leadership power in organization. So that will be our next topic, and that will end our unit 3. So that when we meet on Tuesday, we'll be focusing on the other textbook. With the discussion of power, we are done totally with, of course, the organizational behavior textbook by Robin Eten. You see. So by Tuesday, we can dive into the other textbook on ethics. You see. So you can take about 3 minutes comfort break, and when we come back, we'll touch on power. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. right. All right. Hello, colleagues.
Yes, sir.
Are you all back?
I am at least.
Fantastic. Great. We'll move to the next slide, which has to do with power and politics. Power. Uh, which is, of course, which is 14. All right. Right. All right. That is power. Power. So what are the things we are looking for here with regards to power? Some of the key topics that we'll be covering here is, of course, a definition of power, contrasting leadership and power, basis of power, dependency key, dependency key to power, power tactics, sexual harassment. I spoke to you about sexual harassment before. That will come across it in one of the topic, which is of course unequal power in the workplace. Politics, power in action. Of course, our topic for your learner guide did not cover politics. So if we have time, we can touch on it. But if we don't have time, we can leave it. But we can cover it if we have time. Politics, power in action, causes and consequences of political behavior, the ethics of behaving politically, global implication, and of course, summary and implication for managers. All right, we progress. It's also not a very long chapter. It's just about 21, like the other slide on conflict. All right. Power definition. Power is a capacity that a person A has to influence the behavior of B so that B as a person acts in accordance with A's wishes. A power that A, as a human being or a person has to influence the behavior of the person B so that B acts according to the wishes of A. That is power. So power is based on dependence. Can you see? That is the greater B depend on A, or the greater B's dependence on A, the greater the power of A in the relationship. Can you see? The more Mr. B depend on Mr. A, the greater the power of A over Mr. B. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
That is power. Can you see? So,
Yes, sir.
Great. And of course, we'll have contrasting leadership power, contrasting leadership and power. If we want to differentiate between leadership and power, leadership uses power as a means of attaining group goals. However, power does not require goal compatibility. Power does not require goal compatibility. There is power here. That is leaders. The difference between that, leader use power as a means of attaining goal. However, in terms of power, power does not require goal compatibility. You see, merely dependence. It's just based on merely dependence. You see. However, leadership requires some congruence between goal of the leader and those of the led. You see.
Sir, just
Yes.
a quick question since you're speaking about power. In regards to what's happening in the ANC, where does Mr. Isma Khashula get the power to also suspend the president?
So where does he have the power to do what?
Yeah, to suspend the president since he was suspended. Does he also have the power to suspend the president?
Who was suspended?
It's Mr. Isma Khashula, and then when he was suspended, he suspended Cyril Ramaphosa. So I just wanted to understand, because I didn't understand it. Where does he get the power to suspend the president?
He must have. It depends on also his followers. Can you see? It depends on his followers, the majority in terms of the ANC. Can you see? Okay. I saw somebody making a comment in that regard. It depends on the influence he weighs in the organization. Can you see? And if you look critically, I think Makashula is more of a political man than, of course, Ramaphosa. Ramaphosa, although was a union member, but of course, he was a proper businessman, you see, before he moved fully into politics. But I think Makashula will have more grassroots base, in terms of supporters, of course, within the ANC, so on the basis of that, he may have power. But this question you are actually posing with regards to Makashula's suspension of the president, actually, I'm not so conversant with that. And now, because you have actually raised it, I think I will go and read more to acquaint myself with that information.
Okay.
To acquaint myself, and probably maybe in our next class, I will tell you what happened there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I will clarify what actually took place there.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. All right. So power does not require goal compatibility. It's simply on dependence, that the other person must depend. However, leadership requires some congruence between the goals of the leader and those of the led. Can you see? There must be compatibility between the goals of the leader and those of the led. So that is the difference between power and leadership. Another issue in terms of contrasting between leadership and power is that leadership focuses on the downward influence on followers and minimizing the importance of lateral and upward influence. So leadership focuses on downward influence. Downward is leader issuing order on those on the followers or on subordinate and minimizes the importance of lateral and upward influence pattern. Whereas power does not. Can you see? Almost the question you are asking, power does not. Even a floor member in an organization can even wield more power than even the president or than the chair or the CEO of an organization. Either he has more support, he has more grassroots base, or he has a wide number of followers. Can you see? That is why, in terms of leadership, leadership focuses on downward influence on followers and minimizes the importance of lateral and, of course, upward influence. Whereas power does not. Can you see? Power does not. Power depends on the people you carry. Can you see? Of which, if anything happens, definitely these people will back you, and that gives you power. And of course, because those in charge depends on you, because if you move away with these people, definitely the group can fall. For instance, let's say a political party. If a strong member of a political party moves away from a political party with, say, maybe 80% of members of the political party, that political party is totally gone automatically. And you see? So power does not use downward influence. It uses, of course, the kind of support or what you have that is so precious, you see, that people depend on. And of course, leadership research mostly emphasizes styles of leadership. We have spoken about several styles of leadership when we were discussing styles of leadership, whereas research on power focuses on tactics for gaining compliance. You see, power focuses on tactics. What is the tactics to make people to depend on you? You see. So a South African study showed that leadership behavior is strongly tied to political behavior. Can you see? There is a perception, which is South African study, that leadership behavior is strongly tied to political behavior. And you know, when we talk about politics, how someone want to use some tactics to, of course, handwing others, you know, in any environment. All right. So we progress. Basis of power. What are the bases of power? The first one is formal power. Can you see? Formal power is the basis of power, because formal power, one can use coercive power when it is formal. Coercive power is the power based on the dependent's fear of the negative result of failing to comply. Can you see? That is power based on fear. If you didn't comply, you may be disciplined or you may be demoted. Can you see? So coercive power rests on application or threat of application, or physical sanction, or the controlling of force, of basic physiological or safety need. You see? So when somebody have the power to control those aspects, definitely you would like to comply so that you may not face the wrath, or you may not face the threat of the person with power. All right. Then the next one is reward power. Reward power is power that is based on compliance, that is achieved based on the ability to distribute the reward that others view as valuable. Can you see? So if somebody has, like your money, your top managers have power to distribute reward. that others view as important. And of course, reward can be either can be financial, pay raises, bonuses, or of course non-financial recognition and promotion. You see. So legitimate power, another aspect in terms of formal power is legitimate power. That is the power a person receives as a result of his or her position in the formal hierarchy of an organization. For instance, my dean has legitimate power in the organization because of the position he holds within the university. Can you see? So that is, of course, legitimate power. And of course, when we talk about basis of power, these are all powers that are, the first one are powers that are, of course, formalized, formal power. Now, when we talk about another power, is personal power. Personal power is derived from influence. Influence derived from an individual's characteristics. I see. There are individuals that are not within authority, but they have power even more than people in authority. I see. So that is derived from personal power. Influence derived from an individual's characteristic. Either the individual may be very violent and they know that if he's provoked, he can in fact send down the rain. Can you see? So influence derived from an individual character, or the individual is very gentle, calm, and he can influence others. And of course, personal power can also be derived from expert power, which is influence based on special skills or knowledge. Can you see? If somebody have a special skill that other people don't have, he's got power because everybody wants to meet him to resolve issues, to resolve problems in terms of their work. So another aspect is referent power, which is influence based on identification. Can you see? Influence based on identification. A person who has desirable resources or potential traits. Can you see? So two other types of power bases that are either linked to a person's formal or personal power base include information power. That is influence based on the information an individual has that others regard valuable. And like I told you that in the current world of work, in the current contemporary world, information is very powerful. If you have information more than other people within your organization, you've got power. I see. And you can influence them based on the information you have. You see. And of course, the next one is connection power. Connection power is influence based on an individual's direct access to people in authority, people in position. So that's why you hear people say, I got the connection. Can you see? I got the connection. So everybody look at you, look up to you as somebody who can talk to power, who can talk to management on issues, critical issues affecting them. That gives you power. Can you see? So power based on that connection. All right. Dependence. Dependence is the key to power. You see? Dependence. When someone depends on you, you have power over him. You see? Or her. So, general hypothesis, the greater B's dependence on A, the more power A has over B. Dependence increases when the resources you control is important. Scarce. When you have the resources you control is important, scarce, and non-substitutable. There's no other person who will provide an alternative resources that you have. So when we talk about importance, that is, if nobody wants what you have, it won't create dependence. So the resources you have or whatever you have is important when many people, everybody wants what you have. So that makes people to depend on you, and that gives you power over them. Scarcity. Scarcity. When supply of labor is low, candidates can negotiate better compensation and benefit than when supply is high. Can you see? When supply of labor is low, when there is few supply of a particular labor, or for instance, if you have done some of the recent courses that are high paying, like software engineering, like of course artificial intelligence, robotics, and all the rest, where you don't have many people in that field, certainly gives you power to negotiate better salary for yourself and compensation. That is why the salary of people in those disciplines is high. But when you have a lot of people supplying the same skills, I see, when you have so many people supplying the same skills, then you can see that you don't have much power to negotiate your compensation. It's the organization that will say, this is what to pay you. You either take it or leave it. Can you see? Because your profession, what you have is not scarce. Can you see? It's not scarce, it's everywhere. So if you don't take it, pick another person. Can you see? To take up your position. So when supply of labor is low, candidate can negotiate better compensation and benefit than when supply is high. You see? It also even tied to South Africa, why sometimes academics are scarce. Can you see? We say, of course, there's no job in South Africa, there's no job again in South Africa, but there are jobs that require high competence. Many of you don't want to do your PhD, and now currently PhD is the qualification to enter university as a lecturer. Before it was masters. Can you see? So because many people don't want to do PhD, sometimes positions are advertised and nobody occupies it. Can you see? In that area. Can you see? So because nobody nobody takes it on, they advertise the position internationally. Can you see? So PhD in every country is scarce because people are not willing or ready to sit down again after first degree to do maybe 2 years or more masters and to do 4 years or more sitting down writing one thing. And you see, so people don't have that time. So because of the scarcity, maybe a PhD person will get power to get a job. You see, because what he has is sought after. You see. And now when we talk about non-substitutability, that is fewer viable substitutes for a particular resources. So the more power control over the resources, can you see? The more you have resources that cannot be substituted, the more power, can you see? The more power control over the resources provide, can you see? So that is it. So if the resources you have, if the knowledge you have cannot substitute it for an alternative, the more power you have. That is what it's just trying to say. All right. We'll progress. Power tactics. Power tactics. There are different tactics of gaining power over people. Ways in which individuals translate power bases to specific action. That's the tactics. Researchers identify 9 distinct influence tactics. Power, that is how people can influence others. The first one, that is legitimacy. That is relying on your authority position or saying that a request accord with organizational policies or rules. That is legitimacy. Relying on authority of your position, you can influence people. And being in that position, you can tell others that this is what the organizational policy says. Then the next one there is rational persuasion. There are people who have the power of persuading others, presenting logical arguments and feature. Can you see logical argument and factual evidence to demonstrate that a request is reasonable? Can you see? That's what can influence. And influence, power is all about influence also. Then the next one is inspirational appeal. You see, inspirational appeal is part of the power of a transformational leader or, of course, a charismatic leader. Developing emotional commitment by appealing to a target's value, okay? By appealing to your subordinate, what your subordinate values, what they need, and what they hope for, an aspiration. And you see, for instance, when we talk in terms of Madiba, you can see that South Africans were tired of the apartheid system. And Madiba provide an appealing plan. We need freedom, we need a rainbow nation. They say, so everybody want peace. Everybody valued it. Everybody need peace, not killing every day. They see. So he brought about hope. And people aspire to see what the future holds for them. Can you see? Then, of course, in terms of power tactics, consultation, increasing the target support, or the target buy-in by involving him or her in deciding how you will accomplish your plan. Can you see? So consultation is about also involving them, increasing their involvement. And when you involve them, they see, of course, whatever decision you are making as part and parcel of their own decision because they were consulted. That is how you hear union every time saying management took decision without consultation or without consulting us. Can you see? So when they are consulted, there is little resistance. Another tactics in terms of power is exchange. And you say exchange, rewarding the target with benefit or favor in exchange for following the request. Can you see, rewarding them, your subordinate, with benefit or favor, favoring them, or giving them benefit, bonus. If you are able to achieve this, this is what we'll give you. We will reward you. Can you see? Or you have promotion in exchange for doing what we want you to do. So that is another aspect of power tactics. All right. Then the next aspect in terms of power tactics, personal appeal. Can you see? When you appeal to people personally, asking for compliance based on friendship and loyalty. You see, appealing to them, meeting them one-on-one, asking them, please, let's see how we can resolve this. So when you are good at appealing to people, convincing them to comply, then definitely you may also wield influence and, of course, power. Another aspect in terms of power tactics is ingratitude. Can you see? Ingratitude is using flattery. Can you see? Using flattery, praise, or friendly behavior prior to making a request. Can you see? And you can see even some guys when they are ingratitude is part of also spinning or toasting. If you see some guys, if they are talking to a beautiful girl in the street, they can say, "Oh, I love you more than my mother." Can you see it? And the girl will start smiling. Already, she's halfway, enjoying the spinning. So flattering. Can you see? Praise or friendly behavior prior to making a request. Can you see? So that is also with that you can influence someone. Can you see? And of course, pressure. That's all is pressure. That is you pressure people using warning, repeated demands, and threats. That is what most people within authority use. If you don't do this, definitely you will be disciplined. I see that is pressure. That's another power tactics. Influencing people through fear. That is pressure. And another one is coalition. Coalition. That is enlisting the aid or support of others. That is recruiting others into your fold so that you have more popular view. That's coalition. Enlisting the aid or support of others to persuade the others or the targets to agree. So when the target sees majority, then he will say, okay, let's go with the popular vote. You see, let's go with the bandwagon because more people seems to be here. And it's also correlate with our discussion on group think and group shift. You see, so that is that. So prefer power tactics by influencing direction. What are the preferred tactics? Rational in terms of upward influence. If you want to influence those above you, it is better to use rational persuasion. Provide the rationale behind what you want them to do. Can you see? But if it has to do with downward influence, of course, downward influence, you can, of course, use rational persuasion also to get a buy-in from your followers. You can, of course, use inspirational appeals, like I explained to you with regards to Madiba. You can also use pressure, force, because you are in authority. You are communicating to those under you, downward influence. You can, of course, use consultation. Yeah, consulting them so that they feel part and parcel of the decision making. You can, of course, use spinning, toasting, convincing them using flattering language. Sometimes you see your managers using some flattering language to get you to do some job. He can praise you. You can say, "Oh, Williams, I think you are one of the best in this department. You're doing a great job." That motivates you, even if you're not doing a great job and you know it. That motivates you. "Oh, let me do a great job. I think my leader is impressed." Can you see? And he has a kind of, motivated you, through ingratitude. Exchange, of course, promise. And if we're able to accomplish this, we will share some bonus. Or if we're able to do this, meet this target, then definitely we'll be able to share some commission. You see? And of course, downward legitimacy. Legitimacy is power that is formalized, legitimate. Now, with regards to lateral influence, lateral means horizontal influence between people from different departments at the same level. What are the power tactics? Almost what I've explained. Rational persuasion can be used. Coalition, of course, can be used according to the hierarchy. And of course, ingratitude can be used. Exchange can, of course, be used. Then, of course, personal appeal can be used. Coalition can be used. Now, with regards to lateral influence, you cannot use legitimacy. Can you see? Because you are in the same level. Can you see? Lateral, which is, of course, horizontal influence. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Prof.
Okay, that's very great. So, power tactics. Power tactics, which is, of course, political skills. What is political skill? Political skill is the ability to influence others in ways as to enhance one's own objective. Can you see? When somebody is pushing for his or her own objective, it becomes political. Even some can apply bullying tactics as part of political tactics. Can you see? Bullying, and of course, enforcing themselves. You got people like that also in organization who want everybody to do what they want. That is political behavior. Politically skilled people are more effective users of influence tactics. Political skill appears to have greater effectiveness when the stakes are high. So basically, political skill individuals are able to exert influence without others detecting it. Sometimes they exert this influence without you detecting that the person is using political means. The person come up with idea, he convinces everybody, he builds coalition, he look for people to support the idea that he impresses. And I tell you, even in my experience of working with Eugene, I've come across human beings or individuals like that. You see, they will be doing their own work and they want to influence what they are managing. They want to impose what they think on what you yourself is managing. And I think I have found myself in conflict with people in terms of that, when I say, no, mind what you are doing and don't impose on what I'm doing. I see. So those are political tactics. They build coalition, they build people who support their idea so that it will look as if majority. And at times they can even insist that, okay, let us vote. Let us see what majority says. I see. But before this, they must have gone underground, speaking to the so-called majority, let's do this, let's do it like this. And of course, they also use some tactics, I see, of either persuasion or ways of talking or, or most of these other things that you have enumerated as part of power tactics. And of course, we talk about empowerment. Empowerment, which is, of course, the concept of empowerment has become increasingly important, but has various definitions, meaning, and approaches. You see? And of course, when we talk about empowerment, for instance, delegation of power is empowerment. Delegation of power to a junior colleague to take over power that, of course, the manager or the leader was handling before. That is part of empowerment. But of course, when we also talk about empowerment, we talk about women empowerment in South Africa. And of course, affirmative action as a way of empowering the blacks to move up in the corporate ladder. So, but of course, according to the current textbook, in the South African context, it is often interpreted as being provided with all the necessary physical and psychological resources needed to be successful. I see. Based on, and sometimes it become based on a sense of entitlement. That is how some people feel. I see. And that is why also it reflects sometimes. We see also people among South Africans also feeling that the government has to do everything for them. I see. So sometimes empowerment is good, but sometimes people begin to feel entitled. That if the government does not do this, I can't do anything for myself. I see. And of course, J.F. Kennedy says, don't always expect what the nation can do for you. Think about what you can do for the nation. I see. I remember yesterday I was going to the shop and I saw a lady, although of course an average lady of in between 45 to say 50, in between 45 to 50, 53 or 54, and he approached me and told me she approached me and told me that she's hungry, if I can buy her food. Okay, I gave her the money, but I told her, why not find something to be doing instead of this begging? Because I still, after giving her money for the food that she requested, when I was still coming back, I saw her also approaching another person. Then I realized that no, this one is a perpetual beggar, not really that she's hungry for food. So I think when I was going back, I just approached her. Why not find something doing? I don't know if you look under the bridge there, you see a lot of women of your age roasting maize for people to buy. And even myself, I do buy those maize sometimes when I feel like chewing a roasted maize. I say, look at those women. They are not older, they are not younger than you, and they are struggling to meet both ends. I say, look at that place. You see women selling vegetables. They sell spinach. They sell other things. And you see, why not see how you can, build yourself a little bit like that instead of a kind of humiliating yourself, begging every person. So she told me she's looking for a job. I said, no, I'm not saying about looking for a job. At least you can start from somewhere, you know. So that is part of it. So in terms of issues related to influence. So that is it. Political, with regards to issues of entitlement, of course, issues of course, empowerment. Maybe the person feels that she's entitled to get a job, and as such, she cannot do anything for herself to succeed. And in fact, I remember even also when I was in Cape Town, I think some very close relative or friends approached me that they would like to start a little business if I can support them. Okay, I told them, okay, that's a good idea, and of course I gave them some money to support their little business. They said they want to go into this bride making, something of that nature. And I gave them okay some money. And after some week, I think they did the bride business a little bit and they folded up immediately and ate up the money. Can you see? So the next time again, they started telling me I think they want to venture into another business. So I tried to even escape from them. so so that is part of it, in terms of entitlement. Maybe those people also feel that, of course, they are entitled to receive sympathy as part of empowerment. Okay, those are issues about empowerment. South Africa has kind of brought out a lot of empowerment mechanism to support women and of course to support previously disadvantaged. But sometimes also we should be very watchful and careful in terms of having a sense of entitlement from the government. All right, great. Now we come to the topic of sexual harassment. Can you see? Sexual harassment simply means unequal power in the workplace. Can you see? Unequal power in the workplace. Sexual harassment simply means an unwanted activity of a sexual nature. Can you see? That affect an individual's employment. You see? And that is, of course, what we call pro pro quo sexual harassment. This is direct. And of course, sexual harassment also is also hostile working environment. When somebody creates a hostile working environment of sexual nature, for instance, if you're sharing an office with an opposite sex and you come every time portraying a nude picture of other opposite sex, you can be embarrassing your colleague. So that is also sexual harassment. You see? So one should be careful in terms of that. So most studies confirm that the concept of power is central to understanding sexual harassment. You see? And I made mention to you that sexual harassment may not only be man harassing women, that we have seen corporate female managers harassing young boys. So power, using the authoritative power to harass younger men or younger men in the organization. And of course, in terms of sexual harassment, we have also seen male managers harassing female subordinates in the organization. They say, if you don't consent, definitely you'll not get your promotion. We have seen managers that have done that. You see, so is part of power is also central to understanding sexual harassment. In the supervisor-employee relationship, formal power gives the supervisor capacity to reward or coerce. So employees often fear coming forward about being harassed because they see the manager or the supervisors are having power to reward or coerce. So as such, sometimes employees just ignore the harassment and move on. Can you see? But of course, there can be ways for managers to protect themselves and employees. Can you see? There can be ways. There is a need to ensure policy exists. Can you see? Policy exists which defines sexual harassment and inform employees of sanction. Anybody who commits it will face some sanction. Reassure employees they will not encounter retaliation if they file a complaint. You see, that could be another way. Another way of for managers to protect themselves and employees is investigate every complaint and inform HR and legal departments. Can you see? Make sure offenders are disciplined and, if possible, dismissed. And of course, set up seminars to raise employee awareness of harassment related issues. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
That has to do
Yes,
with
sure.
sexual harassment. Thanks. All right. Now, politics, which is, of course, power in action, which is, of course, political behavior. Political behavior, that is activity that are not required as that of a person's former role, of course, a person for, but that influence or attempt to influence the distribution of advantage and disadvantage within the organization. You see? So political actions is not within the person's, of course, power of influence. So most managers believe political behavior is a major part of organizational life. So most managers. So conflict can arise over the allocation of organizations' limited resources. Of course, gains by one group or individual often come at the expense of another. Of course, which is, of course, issues of distributive bargaining, if we relate it to that. Whether such expense is real or perceived. So one thing you have to put in mind is that most of the facts used to allocate resources are open to interpretation. When the facts are ambiguous, and of course, politics flourish. I see. When facts are not clear within the organization. So most of the facts used to allocate resources are open to interpretation. People interpret it from different contexts. In terms of action, people within organization will use influence to taint these facts. You see, some people use their influence to taint these facts to their own advantage. You see, people who have political power tend to kind of paint a different picture of the facts for their own personal advantage. So you see people at times initiating different structure, not because that structure makes sense, but they just want to use it to show that they are the most important people within an organization. You see? So this is what we also refer to as discrete activities, which is known as politicking. You see? And most of these people sometimes also have influence on the leadership of the organization because of some of the tactics, some of their kind of a kind of deceptive characters, within the organization. They can even kind of convince the boss that this is what they want, and they try to use all ploys. You see? So organization can only be free of politics if all members therein hold the same goals and interests. If everybody within the organization hold the same goals, there is a common goal and interest. If organizational resources are not scarce, and if performance outcomes are completely clear and objective, which is, of course, a situation which is highly unlikely. Can you see this situation is highly unlikely? So there will still be instances of politics within organization. All right. We'll progress. Causes and consequences of political behavior, factors that influence political behavior. There you see individual factors. High self-monitoring. Can you see? High self-monitoring include those who always scan their environment. Can you see? They believe that they are always right, and they suspect everything around them. They are very cautious. Very show you the kind of they are more in tune or in line with the truth or the right thing. Can you see? High self-monitoring, internal locus of control. Can you see? Those with high internal locus of control, factors that influence political behavior. And of course, those with high march personalities. That is, personalities that believe in their selfish goals. They believe in just in themselves, and of course ignore every others. Can you see? So that is Machiavellian personality. And of course, organizational investment, individual factor, organizational investment, and of course perceived job alternative. In terms of individual, if an individual has perceived job alternative, he can want to, of course, exercise his influence on others. And of course, expectation of success. If the individual expects that he'll be successful in actually pulling these political behaviors, then definitely that can, of course, bring a kind of, it's a factor that influences political actions or behavior in the workplace. Now, with regards to organizational factors that influence political behavior, reallocation of resources is one aspect there. The next one is promotion opportunities. That is organizational. Reallocation of resources. If you, as a manager, has the power to reallocate resources, definitely you'll be having influence. Then promotion opportunities. Yes, if you as a manager within the organizational hierarchy has the power to promote, you'll be having influence. That's it. And of course, low trust within the organization can also give a kind of manager within an organization certain influence, also in terms of organizational influence of power. The role ambiguity. If the role is ambiguous, then people will be looking for who can clarify the role. That gives a manager or a leader within an organization an influence over people who are looking up to him to clarify the role. You see? Yeah, power is basically about influence. Certainly, I agree with you. So unclear performance. If there's unclear performance, of course, that gives somebody in charge within the organization an opportunity to clarify what is expected. And of course, performance evaluation system. You see, people who evaluate performance have power over those they are evaluating. And that is why you see, in most cases, we'll see fight all the time with the performance evaluation. Because somebody who is, of course, of equal status is trying to use a kind of performance appraiser now to exercise his or her power. You see. And of course, the next one is zero-sum reward practices. Can be a kind of organizational factors with regards to power influence. And of course, democratic decision making can be, of course, used as a way of power influence within an organization. And high performance pressuring, and of course, self-serving senior managers, and of course, use that as a kind of political behavior to influence others. So political behavior can be low or high. You see, low to high political behavior leads to either favorable outcome in the form of reward, and of course, averted punishment. So these are just issues surrounding around causes and consequences of political behavior in terms of factors that influence power behavior in the workplace. All right. So like I say, I am just trying to progress to finish the slide. Otherwise, we have covered actually what syllabus detailed. So causes and consequences of power behavior. How do people respond to organizational politics? Perception of organizational politics are negatively related to job satisfaction and tend to increase job anxiety and stress. Can you see, when people begin to perceive that other people are politicking or trying to influence, like I told you that I have come across members, sometimes I feel very stressed about it. You see, I feel very annoyed about it. And I plan also my own tactics. That increases anxiety. Okay, what will I do if this person comes with this idea? And in fact, there was even a day that we got to a position in our program meeting where it became so heated in terms of people who want to exercise their influence that even I use the language that we are not animals here. You see, so those are issues when we talk in terms of political behaviors. You see. Then, of course, politics may lead to self-reported decline. Politics may lead to self-reported decline in employee performance. If we have so much politics, we'll be busy doing politics, and the work will not be get done. The work may remain there while we politic, or while we are politicking. Can you see? So politics may lead to self-reported decline in employee performance. It affects job satisfaction and, of course, increase anxiety and stress. It can also affect employee performance. And, of course, tendency for employees to leave that organization, quit. It increases attrition in an organization. So, of course, the politics per performance relationship appear to be moderated by an individual who understands how and why of organizational politics. Can you see? So politics per performance relationship appears to be moderated. When an individual understands that this is normal within their organization, of course, the politics performance relationship may be moderated by that. You see? Then, when politics and understanding are high, can you see? When politics and understanding are high, performance is likely to increase. When there's politics and people understand that this politics is necessary, performance is likely to increase as individuals will see political action as an opportunity. So political behavior at work also moderates the effect of ethical leadership. You see, political behavior also moderates the effect of ethical leadership. All right, we'll progress. Wow, it's already 1 o'clock. I didn't know, but we are already done, colleagues. Just a few slides to go. I think 2 to 3 more slides to go. So causes and consequences of political behavior, defensive behavior, which is of course reactive and protective behavior to avoid action, blames, or change. Can you see? Avoiding action. Can you see? Over conforming, buck passing, playing dumb, stretching, stalling. Can you see? All these are all, of course, if you turn to your book to page 514, when you talk in terms of the first one, avoiding, you spoke about uh, avoiding, that is, of course, over conforming, which is strictly interpreting your responsibilities by saying things like the rules clearly state, or this is the way we have always done it. I want you to consult that table in page 514 just to see the meaning of all those concepts or constructs. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Page, yeah, page
Yes.
514 is just self-explanatory. No need of belaboring myself on that. All right. So causes and consequences of political behavior. There is what they call impression management. Impression management, which is the process by which an individual attempts to control the impression others form of them. And you see, creating a false impression, in fact. So high self-monitors tend to engage more in impression management. And you see, high self-monitors. Impression management techniques include conformity, you see, favors, excuses, apologies, self-promotion, enhancement, flattering, and exemplification. You see, these are techniques related to impression management. Impression management, I repeat, the process by which individuals attempt to control the impression others form of them. You see, and in terms of that, that is people engage in impression management. People engage in impression by ascending false message. That's why I say false impression that might be true under other circumstances. So situation high in uncertainty and ambiguity reduce risk associated with misrepresentation because life, the world is uncertain. So uncertainty and ambiguity reduce risk associated with impression. So impression management technique work better in interview situation than in performance evaluation situation. Because in interview situation, people may give a false impression about themselves. But in job performance evaluation, you are there and there you are now doing the job. So you are evaluated on your performance. You see. So people with high political skill, however, are able to translate impression management into higher performance appraisal. Can you see? People with high political skill can be able to translate impression management into high performance appraisal. So ethics of behaving politically. So politics is an unavoidable reality. So politics should be played ethically and responsibly. It's need to be ethical in terms of politics. But some are not very ethical. That is why they say most politicians are not ethical. You see, even some people say politics is a dirty game. But of course, politics can be played clean. There are clean politicians, of course. Then, of course, also, uh, one should ask why it is necessary to engage in unethical politicking. One should also consider whether or not the unethical politicking is worth the risk. Finally, one should ask whether the political activity conforms to standard of equity and justice. You see, in terms of ethics of behaving politically. Immoral people can justify almost any behavior. Those who are immoral and unethical can justify any behavior as politics. Powerful, articulate, and persuasive people are vulnerable to ethical lapses because they can usually get away with unethical practices successfully. So, with regards to ethics of behaving politically, it is easier for powerless people to act ethically as they have little political discretion to exploit. So powerful people tend to engage more in an unethical behavior than less powerful people. That's what it's trying to say there. All right. So global implication, almost there. Studies suggest that politics perception have the same negative effect in Nigeria as in the US. Can you see? You can see the politics that played out in US recently, when of course Donald Trump sent his thugs into the Capitol Hill, to destroy the Senate. And of course, in Nigeria, political behavior is quite negative. Money is involved, killing is involved, and so many other things. So studies suggest that politics perception have the same negative effect in Nigeria as in the USA. Research in sociology suggests that people in different countries tend to prefer different power tactics. And see, different countries prefer different power tactics. Of course, because in some countries, because some countries are more individualistic and self-interest, while some believe in consensus, and of course, believe in collectives or communitarian interests. So these preferences tend to align with the values of the countries in question. The preferences tend to align with the value of people within that country, as well as whether the culture is individualistic and collectivistic, just like I mentioned initially. There's a global implication. There is not enough evidence as to whether some tactics work better in certain countries. No evidence has actually, no research, let's say, have been done to actually, or research has been done, but the research have not shown any evidence as to whether some tactics are more better in some countries than other countries. You see? So therefore, a study of managers in US culture and 3 Chinese culture found that US managers evaluated gentle persuasion tactics such as consultation and inspirational appeal as more effective than did the Chinese their Chinese counterpart. You see, their Chinese counterpart don't believe in persuasion. Chinese sometimes also believe in actually less persuasive tactics, or want to use a kind of threat, just like they normally do to most of their union there. Chinese, there was even an instance or several instances where they killed their union leaders, by the government, just to make sure that there's no resistance to the dictates of the government. All right. So summary and implication for managers. As a manager who wants to maximize his power, you want to increase others' dependence on you. Other employees and peers will also be seeking to increase your dependence on them, while you are trying to minimize it and increase their dependence on you. So few employees like being powerless. Few employees like being powerless in their job. That is why employees want autonomy. They want skill variety. They want task identity. So few employees like being powerless in their job. They want to be in control of their job and organization. They try to avoid putting others in a position. Try to avoid putting others in a position where they feel they have no power. That's as a manager, and rather simulate or create opportunity where individuals perceive they have power and influence. For instance, consultation, empowerment makes subordinate to feel, oh wow, we have been given power. As such, we are part and parcel of power and of course the organization. So people respond differently to the various power bases. People respond differently to different power bases. Competence seems to offer wide appeal. A competent manager seems to offer wide appeal. And it is used as a power base, and its use as a power base result in high performance. When you appeal to people, when you are able to convince them through appeal, it leads to higher performance than using force. All right, we'll come to the last slides. As the final slide for today, an effective manager accepts the political nature of organization, assess behaviors in a political framework to better predict and use this information to gain an advantage within an organization. Some people are much more politically skilled and tend to get higher performance evaluation and larger salaries due to their political power or due to their political influence. They are also likely to exhibit higher job satisfaction and are better able to neutralize job stressors. These people with political skills. So employees with poor political skill or who are unwilling to play generally relate perceived organizational qualities to low job satisfaction and performance. And of course, increased anxiety and of course, high turnover. If you are tired of politics in an organization, you may decide to quit. So align power tactics to your strength, as it is easier to capitalize on strength than learning new skills. Is that clear? So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we've come to the end of every topic related to these textbooks. Information we took from this textbook. So when we meet next week, we will be diving into the other textbook, which has to do with ethics within organization. And of course, I think we have 2 units there. And this, if we can cover one of the 2 units before we close for the term, I think that is okay, because naturally we are expected to cover at least 75% and above of your learner guide. Then the last unit, if we're not able to get there, you have to do that as part of self-reading. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Great.
Thank
So,
you
ladies
for
and
calling.
gentlemen, thank you for availing yourself. And of course, Justin, thank you for your contribution. I apologize in terms of your email. When you sent the last email asking a question, actually, I didn't see that email on time because we were having so many meetings and unnecessary workshops, So when I saw it, I realized that you guys have already submitted the assignment, But I think I tried to clarify your question,
Yes.
so that in future you can actually have an idea what to do around such kind of situation.
Yes, sir. And thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Okay, colleagues, have a wonderful weekend and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Bye, Prof.
Bye,
Bye-bye.
Bye, colleagues. Bye, colleagues. Bye. Okay.